I'll read out there's a bit of stuff to read out at the start before we get going. Good morning, everyone. My name is Councillor Smart and I am the chair of this committee. I would like to welcome you all to Cambridge City Council's Planning Committee meeting taking place at 10 a.m. on the 2nd of November. Other members of the committee are, and I'll let you introduce yourselves, starting with Councillor Dryden.
Councillor Dryden, Sherry Hinton Ward.
Councillor Katie Thornborough, Petersfield Ward.
Councillor Jenny Gawthorpe Wood, King's Hedges.
Do anything about that? Or someone?
Yeah, Councillor Jennifer Pagecroft, Queen Edith Ward.
Councillor Katie Porra, Market Ward.
Sorry about that, Jenny. Okay, and officers permanently disabled for meeting are Area Development Manager Toby Williams, Legal Advisor Keith Barber, Committee Manager James Goddard, and Producer Sarah Steed. Other officers and public speakers will join us throughout the course of the meeting, and I will introduce some start of relevant agenda items. Housekeeping. Copies of the agenda can be found on the City Council's website under Committee Meetings, Minutes and Agendas. And also copies are to my right-hand side over there for people here in person. Please try and refer to specific page numbers within the agenda if you're referring to a specific paragraph or plan. It's also useful to refer to the item number on that too, as well as the page number. Can I remind all of those present of the importance of using the microphones at all times when speaking? Please speak close to and clearly into the microphone. Please ensure you have switched off or silenced any other devices you have so that you do not interrupt proceedings. When you are invited to address the meeting, please make sure your microphone is switched off. When you finish addressing the meeting, please turn off your microphone immediately. Speak close to and clearly, and please do not talk over or interrupt anyone. If anyone has any problems hearing me throughout the meeting, please alert me by waving their hands or advising a council officer. We aim to take a 30-minute lunch break between noon and 2 p.m. Please can those present in the council chamber note that everything on your desk, including your laptop screen, is likely to be broadcast at some point. The camera follows the microphone being switched on so that councillors and officers are requested to wait a couple of seconds before speaking to allow the camera to catch up. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. Please can those participating in the meeting via the live stream indicate that you wish to speak via the chat column or raised hand option. Please do not use the chat column for any other purpose. The meeting chat is neither confidential nor private and can be subject to an FOI/DPA request. So that's a Freedom of Information or a Data Protection Act request. Make sure that your device is fully charged and that you switch your microphone off unless you are invited to speak. Please use a headset if available when speaking and hold the microphone close to your mouth. Could public speakers turn their cameras off until we come to the application we have registered you to speak about? If a report officer drops out from the committee due to poor broadband signal, the senior officer present will take over their presentation or report and respond to questions. The process for each planning application will be the case officer will give a brief introduction to his or her report. Registered public speakers will be invited to have their say. There will be 3 minutes for those speaking in support and 3 minutes for those speaking against, unless I advise otherwise. The committee manager will ring a bell when you have 30 seconds remaining. Once public speakers have addressed the committee, their speaking time is over. Public speakers are unable to join in with the councillor debate. See the chat column for people online. The committee will then discuss and debate the item and may ask questions of the case officer. At the end of the deliberation, I will ask members to vote on the officer recommendation by a show of hands. Only those present in the chamber can vote or propose or second recommendations. For the comfort of councillors, officers and the public, I may choose to call short breaks during the proceedings. If councillors or officers require a break at any point, please indicate to me and I will halt proceedings at the next convenient opportunity. Let's let Councillor Bennett get settled. Welcome. I know you've been a bit delayed. Don't just say hello on your microphone so everyone knows you're here as well online.
Hello, Chair. Councillor Bennett, Abbey Ward.
Councillor. Okay, so moving on to agenda item 3. Please could councillors... Oh, hang on a minute. Have I done the right thing? Item 3. No, item 2 is apologies, isn't it? So apologies from Councillor Collis, I understand. Doesn't look like we've got anyone to replace her because it's a bit short notice. That's it, except for Councillor Bajan, who we're still waiting for, delayed on the bus. Agenda item 3, please could councillors declare if they have any declarations of interest and also identify which application or declaration relates to. Mr. Pora.
Just the same as I said last time, for item 5, the varsity, I was contacted by a couple of students who work at ARU, where I work, who work there, but I forwarded it to the case officer and my discretion is unfettered.
Thank you, Councillor. So just to be clear, item 5 is the Varsity Hotel item. Thank you. Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood.
I live round the corner from Tedder Way, but I'm unfettered.
And I was contacted by one or two, I can't remember now, it was a while ago, residents of my ward about item 5 Varsity Hotel, about their personal circumstances, but I don't consider my position to be fettered. I'm unfettered. Yeah. Item 4, minutes. So I've got the minutes of 6th of July and the 3rd of August today. I've signed them as a true record. Nodding, thank you very much. I'll do that straight away. That's all that done then. Still no Councillor Bajan, so looks like he won't be able to do this item. In that case, we'll move on to the first item then, Varsity Hotel. The case officer is Charlotte, I believe. Is she online? Charlotte Pete?
Yes, I'm online.
Hello, Charlotte. Hi, morning, welcome. So,
Thank you.
I'll just go through the speakers as well. So, we've got objectors Simon Stoddart and Cecilia, and is that the second person? That's her name, Cecilia. Yes, objector to present visual images sent to planner and need to verify a committee if images are in the public domain. So, are those images in the public domain just before we get going?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. I've got Will Nichols from Lampro Heritage Services or Robert Bristow, one of those, and Councillor Alice Gilderdale, who's a ward councillor, also a statement from Councillor Mark Ashton. We'll come to that later. So first off, it's the presentation. So Charlotte, when you're ready, please.
Thank you. I'll just start sharing. Okay. Has that come up so everyone can see?
That's it, thanks.
Thank you. So the application is at the Varsity Hotel in Cambridge, and the application seeks permission for the installation of a new all-weather lightweight retractable roof canopy and associated works. So just to give a bit more detail, the proposal would involve the existing glass balustrade which sits on the perimeter of the terrace being removed and replaced with a canopy constructed of a metal frame and full-length glazed size. It would include motorised perimeter windows and a lightweight fabric roof, which would be retractable. The height of the structure would be 4 metres, resulting in an enclosed 8th storey and taking the building to a total height of over 25 metres. So by way of updates, officers were copied into a letter that the applicant sent to members, which set out their case for granting permission for the proposal, including benefits, public benefits, visual impact and design matters. Some of these matters have already been covered within the report. However, officers would just like to pick up some of the additional details. Firstly, the applicant adds that they consider the proposal would increase employment above the figures already given in the application. They suggest that the roof terrace could increase occupancy in the hotel in winter months, and therefore staffing numbers could increase up to a potential of 10 further employees. Officers note this suggestion and have regard for the potential employee increase in the hotel. But as already stated in the report, the benefits to employment are considered to be limited overall and would not outweigh the harm that would result to the Cambridge skyline and heritage assets. Secondly, the applicant suggested the roof terrace would be used for events by various groups within the city, and that this capacity would increase following the proposal. This is also recognised by officers. And also the applicant asked the officers to address the impact of the Park Street car park development. While this application is acknowledged as a recent decision in the city, officers recommend that members assess the merits of the scheme that has been submitted and presented here today. So just going to go through and show a bit of the detail of the application now. This is the site location plan and an aerial photograph. You can see the site highlighted by the yellow star here. There's Jesus Green over here, River Cam, Magdalen College and Bridge, and St John's College over here also. The next slide just shows a slightly more zoomed in image. So you can see the rooftop as existing here with the timber decking and the sort of seating that exists at the moment, and obviously in context with the surrounding buildings. These images are taken from the Varsity Hotel website just to show the building a little bit more in its context. This one and also this one here. These images are being shown because a key material planning consideration of this application relates to the appearance of the structure in terms of its relationship with the existing buildings and surrounding areas, including the Cambridge skyline and the impact on heritage assets. So I'm just going to go through some existing photographs of the site. So this is first looking down St John's Road with the buildings of local interest sort of in the foreground of the photo. This is the existing hotel. Next is from Magdalen Bridge. So you can see that the existing hotel already overtops the buildings at the quayside, here and here. Again, this is sort of further into Magdalen College, and this is the existing hotel with the balustrade above. This is from Jesus Green as well, so you can see the hotel here and St John's Chapel here. Just moving on to the plans now. So this is the existing roof plan. You've got sort of timber decking area. This is the hatch where visitors come onto the rooftop. This is the proposed, so this would be the roof open and this would be the roof closed. This is the north elevation, so you can see the existing building on the left and proposed on the right. So you've got the existing brick element, the sort of zinc cladded element, and then the proposal on top. The balustrade here would be removed, and the proposal would go up to the sort of perimeter of the building. The motorised windows are shown here. This is how they open. This is the east elevation. So again, you've got the existing sort of hotel structures, the balconies at the hotel and the canopy at the restaurant. And this is the proposal. It sits on top of the roof here. It's worth noting the relationship to some of the existing buildings in this context as well. This is the west elevation of the proposal. You can see the proposal again here and the balustrade removed. the south elevation of the proposal. This shows the roof and how it sort of retracts up, and the north elevation here as well. So the next slides go on to show the verified views that were submitted in support of the proposal by the applicant. This is considered to be important because Policy 60 identifies criteria to assess tall buildings through to ensure that they are of a high quality and respect Cambridge's distinctive skyline of towers, turrets, chimneys and spires. So this first image is the existing verified view of Jesus Green, and this is proposed. So these show the height of the building is already quite significant, being over 20 metres in height, and the proposal would obviously add to this. It's considered that the scale and massing of the canopy and the choice of materials fail to result in addition to the building, which is of sufficient quality and is therefore detrimental to the Cambridge skyline. Here is from Castle Mound, so the existing views at the moment and proposed. So here's the proposal here. It's worth noting the relationship to sort of existing buildings and some of the heritage assets that are shown in these images. And also that Jesus Green and Castle Mound are noted as key views within the local plan of the Cambridge skyline. This is the existing view from the Church of St Mary the Great. And this is proposed, so you can see it just sits above the roof there. So this is from Magdalen Bridge. The existing image shows it already sits sort of higher than the surrounding buildings. And this is the proposed, so getting increasingly taller, excuse me. This is from the Scholars Garden at Magdalen College. So the proposal again sitting higher than these buildings that exist. So just moving on to heritage assets now. This is the other sort of important material consideration with the application. So the purple star shows the application site and the red line shows the conservation area boundary. The proposal site is located within the central conservation area and also in close proximity to a number of listed buildings and buildings of local interest. I've just done a mock-up sort of map here to show some of the listed buildings, grade 1, grade 2, and the buildings of local interest. So just to point out, the Council's Conservation Officer has raised concerns regarding the impact of the proposal on the designated and non-designated heritage assets. In particular, it's noted that the rooftop, the hotel and restaurant already detracts from the historic character of Cambridge's collegiate skyline. This is referenced in the conservation area appraisal. And the proposal would make a taller and more intrusive building, exaggerating its prominence to the detriment of the character and appearance of the conservation area and nearby listed buildings. The Conservation Officer is of the opinion that the proposal would result in less than substantial harm of a moderate to high level to the listed buildings and conservation area. The applicant's heritage impact assessment also considers the proposal will result in less than substantial harm, but to a more minor degree. So overall, having regard to the test of the NPPF, where less than substantial harm is identified to heritage assets, this harm is to be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal. In this instance, the proposal will allow for greater use of the terrace, and such the applicant advises additional employment opportunities, so from 8 to 10 full-time and part-time staff partway through the year to 12 full-time and 12 part-time staff year-round. The applicant also set out, as I've mentioned earlier, that there may be additional staffing opportunities if the occupancy of the hotel improves. The benefits are considered to be limited and therefore hold limited weight, and it is not considered that they would outweigh the harm to their heritage assets. Having regard to the statutory tests within the Planning, Listed Building and Conservation Area Act, the proposal is not considered to preserve or enhance the character and appearance of the conservation area or the setting of the nearby listed buildings. So overall, in terms of the planning balance, while the principle of improvements to the existing visitor accommodation is supported, the proposal for the canopy is not is considered to be harmful for the reasons set out in the report, and that harm is not outweighed by the benefits of the scheme. The proposal is therefore recommended for refusal as per reasons 1 and 2 as set out in the report. Thank you.
Charlotte, good presentation, thank you. So speakers, so first we've got the objectors, Celia and Simon. Is Simon in the room as well, or is he online? Oh, hello Simon, hi, welcome. So I've got you first, Simon, on the list, so do you want to go first at the speakers table there? You've got 3 minutes between you, so is that going to work between you, okay?
I'll do my best.
Yes, thumbs up, great, okay. So you do your bit first, and Simon,
Right.
and then we'll stop the clock, obviously, for Celia to have a chance to take her place when you're ready.
I'm a practicing heritage and archaeology professional who owns a flat in Beaufort Place, occupies an office in the attic of the Grade 1 Pepys building adjoining the new Sterling Prize Library, looking up at the hotel. Often walk up Castle Mound with a view of the city and has a residential bedroom which overlooks the Hyatt Hotel in Edmonton. I consequently have an informed knowledge of the Cambridge skyline. I'm a fellow of the Society of Antiquaries, a member of the Chartered Institute of Field Archaeologists, and have served as a conservation officer of one of the country's learned. I read the guidance for the application of Policy 3/13, tall buildings in the skyline, of the Cambridge local plan dating back to 2006. Quote on page 44, the building under consideration presents a particularly prominent rectangular silhouette with horizontal emphasis against the skyline and historic core when viewed from Jesus Green. It sits seemingly at odds with the surrounding low-level residential buildings. The current proposal will further damage the skyline, a damage which has progressively taken place over time as listed in the documentation in front of us. The view from the summit of this building of the surrounding cityscape may be attractive, as widely advertised by the hotel, but very little has been thought of the view from the surrounding area of the building itself. To many, the Cambridge skyline is deserving of UNESCO World Heritage status, and I remind you what recently happened in Liverpool in terms of delisting. I referred earlier to my knowledge of the entirely modern Eddington campus, where such structures are integral to the design. This is not the case in the historic part of Cambridge. I concur entirely with the author's recommendation to turn.
Thank you. Okay, so the microphone's still on at the moment, so you're all ready to go when you are ready, but we'll start the clock when you're ready.
My name is Cecilia Reid, a retired IT professional. I own a flat in Beaufort Place, inherited from my parents who lived there from 1986. It is not uncommon when passing the Varsity Hotel on the only unbollarded route to the Thompson's Lane enclave to find vehicles parked near or on the curb or people gathering outside the door. Drivers and pedestrians may have to skirt what they find and sometimes even stop and wait. Greater use of the roof terrace would be likely to increase arrivals, departures, and deliveries, and thus the chances of delays. The two upper floors of the Varsity Hotel are out of keeping with the buildings in the local area in height and materials. The roof terrace is visible from many points, including the 5 approaches to the hotel. At night, well-lit objects catch the eye, making them difficult to ignore. Increased use of the roof terrace at night with lights would make it even more of a dominant and discordant feature of the area. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Okay, if you want to turn the microphone off then please, that's the button on the right-hand side of your microphone there. Thank you. Cheers. And so next up is Will Nichols or Robert Bristow, I don't know which. Hello. So if you want to take your place by the microphone, so you press the button on the right-hand side, maybe introduce yourself so we know which one it is, and you've got 3 minutes to speak.
My name is Rob. I am a worker on the roof terrace and represent my co-workers and over 400 residents who have signed this supporting petition in the space of a week. Many people have also written in online to the planning portal, 23 supporting when I last counted, with 3 objectors, 1 writing only 3 lines. I have shown the planning drawings and the verified views to everyone on this petition. They are predominantly Cambridge residents. They support the design that complements the existing building and the area. and I know how much time the company has spent with their urban design consultant trying to make something that fits in. They are fully behind this application and proud of their city and enjoy both using and showing their friends and family the roof terrace. There are many people affected by this. Look around at all these people here today because their livelihoods are affected by this decision. Many of them are starting a career in hospitality, some are students, but all want to work to support themselves. We need to be supporting workers, especially at this time. Many of us are not sure of having work daily because it's raining or too hot, as it has been this year. This does make you stressed. How am I going to pay my rent? How am I going to pay my electricity bills and generally survive? All these people, including myself, can have full-time employment and the certainty and security we all need if this application were approved. We are paid a living wage here, but the company cannot find permanent work for all of us. Read some of the reports by the conservation officer. I'm not a planning expert, but in the last 6 months, I've never seen more than 1 or 2 people in the small sliver that you can actually see from the roof of the Fellows Gardens at Magdalen College. Why did the conservation officer not supply photographs himself of the views of various heritage assets and the hotel when he wrote? The company's heritage expert provided lots. The conservation officer mentions the Fellows Garden in nearly a third of his report. Why so much emphasis on this? Magdalen College didn't object. What about the normal public? Does their opinion mean nothing? Allowing this permission will create 12 full-time jobs and an additional 12 part-time jobs all through the year. Another 10 jobs in the hotel will be created by the additional room nights, yet the officer states that this is not significant. So mine and 33 people's jobs are not significant, in other words. We have many special events, whether it's celebrating a birthday or a non-religious wedding get-together. We dread the dark clouds and the anxiety caused for the guests and staff. A retractable roof would resolve this. When it rains, people start ordering taxis. That can't be good for our environment. Outdoor heaters are energy inefficient and wouldn't be needed with a covering. Our energy bills and carbon footprint would be much lower. There are so many reasons to support this application. I would urge you to vote for it and help workers like myself and these people in front of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Will. Perhaps you might want to take your seat again now. So the next speaker is Ward Councillor Alice Gilderdale. Is she online? Yeah. Hello, Alice. Good morning. So you have unlimited time to speak when you're ready, Councillor Gilderdale.
Thank you, Chair. I actually was going to discuss the issue of permanent employment, but I feel like that's been covered, so I'm going to be brief. I just have a few questions that I wondered if the applicant could clarify. And it's mainly about how the roof is going to be used. Will it be generally closed or will it be mostly open? The images that we've been given show the roof as it's closed, but will that look different when it's opened? The design is for a retractable roof, so I wondered if they have an idea of how often they're expecting it to be closed and open, yeah, whether that could be clarified. I know that there is a similar canopy on a lower floor of the hotel, and I wondered if that might be helpful to understand how this one will be positioned and how it will be proposed to be used. I also wanted to comment on the environmental impacts of this. I think it is important, as we know, summers are getting hotter. It's unsafe for people to be sitting in the sun, so obviously in principle it would be great to have some cover on the top of the roof. We don't want people to be getting heat stroke, and also with in the winter, if it could be covered, that would mean that there's less need for electric heating. So yeah, I hope my questions can be answered, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councillor. I mean, in terms of your questions, we don't normally engage with the applicant during debate. Answers to those questions or responses to those questions might come out during debate. And if we feel we do need an answer to a question that we feel the applicant could provide, I, as chair, have my prerogative to ask the applicant a question. So we have one more speaker who's not here, I believe, a statement from Councillor Ashton. So if you could read that out then, please, James. Thanks very much.
Yes, Chair. Statement from Councillor Ashton. I would first of all like to thank you for allowing this statement to be read out, and I'm sorry not to be here in person. Normally in these cases, I leave it to ward councillors to input their concerns and residents' feelings. However, in this case, I feel it right for me to put the views from an impartial person. You have been fully versed from both the council's planning team as to the reasons they want you to reject the application and the applicant's reason for allowing. It does seem on the face of it that this application should be allowed as they have quite clearly demonstrated with their responses to the planning officer's questions the reasons why they are within our planning regulations to let this go ahead. Again, we do not look at numbers for planning, but a considerable number are for this and believe only one against. One reason for turning down was the height and mass, yet Park Street redevelopment is actually taller and more mass. So do believe we should apply the same rules in our approach to applications, as it would seem quite unfair that two buildings so close to each other have different rules applied. We should also recall that this is the third application the applicant has brought it to committee, and in the previous two that were turned down went to appeal and the inspector went in favour of the applicant. Again, I would ask the committee to think long and hard about how they choose to vote on this matter. I can see that if we vote to refuse the application, the applicant would choose the right to go to appeal, and with the evidence base, they would see that the inspector would again rule against the council. Having sat on the planning committee, I fully understand the difficulties and choices that have to be made, and in planning law, try to make this easier by setting down guidelines. However, as we are all well aware, they are open to interpretation, and this then becomes difficult as we often find we do not agree with the guidelines being given due to, as pointed out earlier, inconsistencies regards height and mass when similar buildings have not had that rule applied to them. So in summing up, it's your judgment in these matters, and there I say common sense should prevail, so do hope that the applicant does not have to turn to the planning inspector again. Thank you for your time, Councillor Mark Ashton.
Right, thanks. I'd like to see that statement, please. Thank you. So we haven't had this beforehand, I don't think, have we? No, it's just come today. So there was one bit I'd never quite caught properly. I was going to ask you to read it again. Because maybe it's someone else as well. Paragraph 4. Is it 4? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 again, just for my benefit and maybe anyone else's benefit, so I can take it in properly.
It does seem on the face of it that this application should be allowed, as they have quite clearly demonstrated with their responses to the planning officer's questions the reasons why they are within our planning regulations to let this go ahead.
Right, thank you. Okay. Everyone else clear with what's been read out? That's quite a detailed statement from Councillor Ashton. Just wanted to make sure we're all clear on that. So debate then. So Charlotte, I presume you're still there. Just to say also, I think we've got the Conservation Officer here today with us, or maybe not in the room, online. Is that right, maybe?
Yeah, that's correct, Chair.
Thank you. Good. So if you want to, through the case officer, obviously, who's the boss, if you want to ask the Conservation Officer anything, that's your prerogative too. So Councillor Thornborough, you're first.
When the original terrace was approved, I don't know the history about whether it was an extension and a conversion, but there must, at some point, the current terrace was part of an approval. Were any restrictions put on at that time? For example, sometimes we remove development rights. So I wondered if there were restrictions on that. I wonder, Councillor Gilderdale mentioned a similar canopy on lower floors, and I wondered if the case officer could comment on that and whether you can see the two in relation to each other, and are the detailings of the existing canopy the same as what is proposed, and will they be seen together? I'm also, Councillor Gilderdale mentioned about environmental, it could be better environmentally, and I wonder, has this gone to our environmental officer to consider the effect? Because we know it gets much hotter in the summer, and I know conservatory-like structures get exceptionally hot, and could it be that this would be worse in the sun rather than better? And the other thing is there concern that if it's used more in the winter with the cover, might that actually increase the use of heaters, or is it right that this would be, there's an argument that there would be less heating? And is there concern that with this structure, it could in the future become more covered and more permanent? Or is there yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dryden.
Reading the amendments and that, and it says the officers recommend that we just keep to this application, but in the past we have used others as President said. I just like that recently we let the big wheel on Purpose Peace go. There was lots of reasons, objections about the skyline and that. We passed it because the economy for the city. So we that's another case. Now we go back to the main one here on Park Street. Neil, you said all the stuff this applicant's done is a lot more than we've asked for our own development. Is it because it's a city, to both them ones I mentioned there, because they're city council applications, are we given more weight because it's a city council application other than being fair to the other applications? And you said you've got your conservation officer here. Well, we've seen all the photographs taken about this development. Why didn't we get the same sort of photographs for the Park Street? I mean, I didn't see any when that came through. So I think if we'd refused this, we definitely should have refused Park Street.
Councillor, I'll maybe take one more speaker, then we'll go back to the case officer. I don't have too much for her to list to answer. So, Councillor Gawthrope-Wood, you're next.
Well, I too am concerned about the environmental aspects of this proposed development and how it will operate in heat and cold. I did wonder whether there were any issues with noise and whether being enclosed or open, whether noise would be greater or less. And I'm not sure whether noise goes up or down or across. I think it depends. Also concerned about increase in traffic in the neighbouring streets, particularly the one in Thompson's Lane. I'm also concerned about the impact on local amenity. So it's that view of St John's Road and the people who live very close, what impact it will have on them. And the other thing is really the look and feel. I looked at this and thought this is like having an industrial greenhouse on top of the building, raising the height quite substantially. I mean, this roof terrace is absolutely fantastic. The views you get from it, I mean, it's lovely. But I don't know whether I'd want to be sitting in an enclosed space, even if the weather is bad, which is effectively like a large greenhouse. So it's really look and feel. It feels too heavy. It looks too heavy. Can it be made more airy? I would like to see glass. Obviously, I'm not redesigning this, but maybe that would make it hotter. I don't know. So those are my points. Thank you.
All right.
Oh, I did have one more, and that is there was reference to Cambridge being a UNESCO heritage site. I wondered if the officer could explain whether we are or aren't one. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. So we can go back for more questions, but I just don't want to give Charlotte too much to deal with at the moment in one go. Just also to add to that slightly though, Charlotte, before you come back with answers, is there was a sort of possibly rhetorical question from Councillor Gilderdale about the amount of time the proposed development was going to be closed or open, if you can answer that at all. And the point that Councillor Dryden has made was also made by Councillor Ashton about the relationship to the application on the Park Street car park redevelopment. And also if you could just finally just refer to the number of people particularly in the petition, 400 residents, and how important that is vis-a-vis the application in terms of how we consider, its planning merits. I think that was all. Oh, one final thing, Councillor Walter would refer to it being substantially higher. If you could just be clear about the number of metres higher that it would be with the application site developed. So I believe it's, and you can correct me on this, it's about 20 odd metres now. It would be about 25 metres, I think, with the application site built out. So back to you then, Charlotte, please.
Thank you very much. Would it be okay if I just shared my screen just to talk about the
Yes,
canopies
of
on the
course.
lower floor?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I've just got the verified views of the existing building up here at the moment. I think this is probably the best way to see it. I'll try and make that a little bit bigger. There we go. So at the moment, the hotel has these balconies that come out the side of the building, and these are the sort of canopy covers.
Hang on, Charlotte. Are you able to use your laser pointer, or is it not possible with this particular presentation? If you can, it's better, but if you can't, no matter. It's a little white arrow otherwise, and we might not all be able to see it so well.
Sorry about that.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, so this is the balcony that serves the restaurant at the moment, and then these are the canopies that sit over that at the moment. So they also have sort of a steel frame and I believe glass in the side as well. But if I just move on to the next slide, the proposal is obviously a substantial structure with quite thick steel framing and glazing here. And also it obviously sits on top of the building and protrudes into the skyline, which the canopies below don't do in quite the same way that this new structure would. Just to clarify that point. Okay. So in terms of environmental impacts, the sustainability officer was not consulted on this application because it's not considered to be meet the criteria that would require their consultation. Information regarding the environmental impacts of the proposal hasn't been put forward, so I can't give much more comment on that at this stage. In terms of would the proposal become more covered and more sort of permanent and built up in the future? I think at this moment in time we have to look at the proposal that's in front of us and consider it as it is. Yes, further proposals could come forward in the future, but that's not what we're considering today. In terms of the big wheel that was mentioned, so I don't know the sort of ins and outs of this application because I wasn't the case officer for this one, but I do know that it's a temporary structure, so would likely have sort of less long-term impact on the skyline rather than this, which would be a permanent structure that would remain in place. I don't know the relationship in terms of height between the big wheel, but that is just something that's probably worth noting. So the Park Street application was mentioned as well. So I have actually got the measurements if members are interested, and some elevations of this building, the Park Street application site. So it is actually lower in height than what's proposed here today. In terms of the weighting, the weight we give applications is a judgment made by the decision maker. We wouldn't change our weighting based on the fact it's a city application. It would be based on the officer's decision and the merits of the scheme. I think there was a comment about the Park Street application and the level of photographs that we got. So Park Street also had verified views submitted with the application. I don't believe there were some of the long range views with that. However, obviously this is a higher proposal and due to its location and height would be visible from sort of wide ranging views, hence why we propose that the applicant provide those. So there was another question about environmental impacts and how it would get heat sort of hot and cold, and whether the sort of glazing would increase the heat and cold. That we don't have that sort of level of information about how the proposal would impact the environment within the structure, so I can't give much more information on that. Similarly, with the noise impacts, I've referenced in my report that there's already sort of quite a lot of noise going on at the rooftop because of the activity up there. Sometimes enclosing noise can increase it, but also there could be an element of the structure sort of stopping noise flooding out further. But we haven't got sort of technical information on that at this time, so I can't give that information. In terms of traffic increase, we've generally considered that the application is in a sustainable location in the city. People aren't generally invited to drive to this site, so we don't think the traffic increase would be too significant to the surrounding residents. Much more likely that people would cycle or walk. In terms of the local amenity to residents on St John's Road, it would be visible from that view and have an impact in that regard. But it would be mainly the visual impacts on the people sort of in that road. There was a comment about the sort of look and feel of the structure and how it sort of takes on an industrial greenhouse feel. Officers have made it clear that we feel the proposal is inappropriate in terms of its sort of detailing, form, the structure. So that's just to highlight that. Sorry, I'm just trying to go through all the questions. Oh, there was a question about the amount of time that the application, the proposal would be open or closed. We don't have exact timings for this. My understanding is it would sort of be weather dependent, as that's sort of the idea of the proposal, is to allow the applicant to use this site all year round, so they would sort of adjust this as required. So there was a question about the sort of petition and the support for the application. So of course, you know, the number of people in the petition and the representation should always be taken into account as part of the assessment. It's been laid out in my report that that's a significant number of people writing in support of the application. And that's sort of one of the considerations weighted in the balance overall. In terms of the meterage, I'll just get the exact numbers. So at the moment, the building itself is approximately 21 meters, with the balustrade sitting additional 1 meter above that. The proposed structure would be 4 meters in height and sort of taking up the overall height of the building to 25 meters. There was a question about UNESCO status. Christian, I don't know if you want to comment about sort of the heritage features in the city.
Yeah.
So Christian, just introduce yourself and say who you are, officer title, that sort of thing. Thanks.
My name is Christian Brady. I'm the Historic Environments Team Leader for Greater Cambridge Shared Planning. What I think it's worth saying about the heritage status of the various assets affected is that although it's not correct that there's a UNESCO designation here, the NPPF does require us and the committee, when considering the impact of a proposed development, to give great weight to the conservation of heritage assets. And importantly, it says the more important the asset, the greater that weight should be in favour of the conservation of the assets. And we are dealing here with a number of grade 1 listed buildings in addition to lower grade buildings. So the top national level designation. And we're also dealing with, of course, the Cambridge central conservation area, which is something that previous committees for the local planning authority have seen fit to designate, and that's an important and long-standing designation in the city, and it requires that appropriate weight should be given to its conservation. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian.
Thanks, Christian. Just before you carry on, Charlotte, just to say, Christian referred to an acronym there. Excuse me, the NPPF, that's the National Planning Policy Framework, so that's what the state sets out as being the framework by which we use planning law, and then we have our local policies and plans as well. Thanks, carry on, Charlotte.
Thank you there. There was just one more question about the permitted development rights of the building. I don't currently have that information to hand. I don't believe I saw any being removed when I was reviewing the history, but I would have to check that to know 100%. I think that was the last one, so thank you.
Thanks, Charlotte. So just a couple of things to pick up from what you said so far. So you said that the Park Street development, that's on the old car park site there, that's been referred to by Councillors Ashton and Dryden. You said that this application was proposed to be higher than that one, but you never gave it. We have some heights for this one, but you didn't give a height for the other one, so we don't have any reference figure in terms of meters. That'd be useful to have if you're able to give that. And also, Toby was just going to pick up and give a bit of further information about my question about the number of people who'd signed the petition, that sort of thing, numbers of people. So I'll let Toby come in first, if that's okay, Charlotte, and then you come back. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. I'll just be brief. Really, members need to concentrate on the planning merits of the representations that have been made for and against the proposal, not necessarily and the absolute number of members have got to concentrate on the merits of what's being said. Thank you.
I may just paraphrase there. See, Toby's the expert, but it's all about what's being said, not how many people say it. So if one person says the grass is green, then of course that's important. But if 400 people say the grass is green, the grass is still green. So it's a bit of a silly sort of analogy. Is that the right word? But it's about what the things are we're considering, not how many people say it. That's the important thing to bear in mind. Although, as Charlotte has said, the number of people that say it is a planning consideration too. I'm just going to go back to Charlotte first, Councillor Poor, if that's okay, and then I'll come back for more questions. So Charlotte, did you want to wrap up that thing about the height of the Park Street development?
Yes, thank you. I do actually have an elevation of the Park Street car park with the
go for it.
heights
Yeah.
on, if that's helpful. So this is just an elevation I've picked up from the latest application of the Park Street car park development, which if I just share this one, just to give a bit of reference, this is Park Street here, and the car park would have formerly sat on this site. So in reference to the heights, so there's sort of the building is stepped, I would say. The main bricked part of the building is 13 meters. Up to the sort of zinc part, which is stepped back, is 15 meters, and the plant section, which won't be visible from the street, but is on top of the building, is 18 meters. Just going back to the Varsity Hotel application, it's up to 25 meters at the top there.
That's very useful. Thanks, Charlotte. I cut in. Had you finished?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, so back to councillors. Councillor Poor.
Thank you, Chair. I think there's two separate issues here. Is the principle of development, could something go on top of the hotel? It is not one the officer is objecting to. And I accept that there are economic benefits from it. And I do actually accept it's in a sustainable location, so I don't have huge concerns about the additional comings and goings from cars, because I think that would probably be absorbed within the existing visitor base predominantly. However, what we're looking at today is whether the actual structure proposed is compliant. In my view, I agree with the officers that the metal frame particularly is so visually intrusive. When I first saw the pictures of the frame, I actually thought it was the temporary roofing they put on to assemble it, a bit like you see on houses where people are redoing their roofs. So for me, I do agree with the officers that it is very prominent. I mean, it's 25 metres. I mean, I was sitting on Park Street as a ward councillor, as it happened, and did have quite a few objections, and it did change, and it's a recessed roof. It's a lot lower, as the officer has said, and it's also adjacent to other large buildings of a very similar height, which is not the case here. So the problem for me is the metal frame particularly, that is permanent. So the roof would retract, but that frame will in effect be there all the time. So we're adding an extra storey and 4 metres of height onto a really big building. So for me, it's the urban design that's the problem, not the principle of having some covering there. Though I do share some concerns of others that if we are going to cover it, we need to make sure that it is retaining the heat or releasing the heat in the summer, because actually having a glass roof can be really bad in terms of focusing the heat in the summer and letting out the heat you want to keep in the winter. The other concern I have, and I wonder if the officer could comment on, is the fact that it will be lit up at night. So I'm quite surprised actually that no parties have referenced that, because for me, if I look at the visual impact, and obviously as planning committee we have to balance the visual impact as one of the important things we weight, to me that is going to look like a massive torch sticking up. And again, to a certain extent, I think an urban designer might be better thinking about how they could shield that, how we could step it back so that it wasn't so prominent, because unlike, I suppose, for example, Park Street, which is dark colours and not lit up, this is going to stick up and light up, and it will be in winter, obviously, because that's when the roof will be on to provide the cover. Obviously, I don't think we can control when it opens and closes. I mean, that's up to the building owners. But so the assumption is that obviously during the winter, I think someone has said in either one of the reports or one of the speakers that it would be closed any time the weather's not great, which is completely fine. That's what it's there for. But to me, that suggests that it is in effect a permanent structure for all of the winter. And our job on planning is to balance heritage assets against what's proposed. So I don't disagree with the principle of having a cover, but for me, the cover that is there, it's not a high quality enough design. It's going to let out a lot of light into the environment. I don't know what that does to the kind of wildlife corridors we have, but just in terms of the impact on how it will be seen across the city, it will probably be the most prominent roof extension we have in the city, because I'm not aware that we have any others that light up. So that's where I'm sitting at the moment. But I do accept there will be some economic benefits. I'm not saying that isn't important, but it's got to be outweighed by the design of the structure. And this is a high quality hotel, with a high quality clientele, and I'm sure high quality staff. So I would expect a roof extension to meet those aspirations, and I fear this one doesn't for me.
Thank you, Councillor. Any more? I'll just say a quick piece in between councillors, I think, to say that Councillor Pagecroft, did you want to speak next? You go next. Okay, I can come later. It's okay, nothing important. You speak.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of quick points. I do agree with Councillor Porrer, what she's saying about the light and the structure. The metalwork is quite heavy. But I don't have too much of a problem with something going up there for people to, because obviously it's well used in the summer because of the terrace, so you want to carry on using it in the winter, and you're going to try to give people a bit of protection from the weather. You do need to worry about the light exposure in the evening. But as for noise, I mean, I'm surely there's more noise coming from the terrace in the summer with a lot of people there than people sitting in a closed space in the winter. Noise wouldn't be coming out, it would be enclosed in. And couldn't, if we do allow this to go through, couldn't we do a condition that this structure is never to become anything really rigid and permanent, like being taken over for another level on the hotel to be used for rooms and things, that it stays as it is as a terrace instead of it being incorporated in later years into another part of the building that can house people. Because if people are going to go there to party, they're going to get too drunk. They're going to get a room there, aren't they, instead of driving home. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I have two separate points. One is a query for the case officer. I'm an Abbey Ward councillor. The Cambridge Airport is in my ward. I'm used to seeing the Cambridge Airport policy mentioned in relation to tall buildings, and I'm aware that this is 7 stories plus a roof terrace, which is bringing us very close to the critical 8-storey limit. I'd very much appreciate the case officer's comments on why there's no mention of the airport policy, given that it's less than 1 minute's flight time for a military aircraft. Second is, like Councillor Pagecroft, I'm a licensing councillor. I'm very concerned by the resident comments about noise nuisance. And while sort of noise management is really more of a licensing issue, I wonder if we could add an informative about revisiting the noise management plan for the venue, assuming that sort of this does go forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood.
I just wanted to check with the officer, is it possible to ask the applicants for an environmental statement on you know, how this will operate if we do pass this? Or should it be deferred to get that information? Thank you.
Hello, go back to you then, I think, Charlotte. There's a few questions to answer there. Oh, hang on. Oh, sorry, Councillor Dryden, go on then.
I won't take very long. I was just interested, when we was talking about Park Street a little while ago, the officer said she's mentioned the plant room and the bits and pieces of the Park Street. Then she said it's not visible from the street. Well, a lot of the things we're talking about with the varsity application won't be visible from the street. So I don't know why that was said. And the conservation officer, I'd just like to know what is the difference between an ugly grey plant room on Park Street and what's going to happen on the varsity? No one said why one's acceptable and one's not.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. So I'll go back to you now then, Charlotte, and if you want to refer to the Conservation Officer for some of the responses, that would be great. Thanks.
Thank you. So there was a question about the permanence of it. Yes, so it is a permanent structure that will be located on the rooftop. We could not condition sort of how that may or may not change in the future to become more rigid or permanent. Those applications would have to be assessed at the time of their submission. There was a question about sort of noise and noise informatives. So we haven't requested that information at this stage. We could, if we were going to support the application, we could add a condition or informative or something to draw in some of that information. And similarly with sort of environmental information, we could also request that from the applicant, either upfront or via condition. There was sort of a question about Park Street and the fact I said it was visible from the street. So both parks, so the Park Street development itself is visible. I was saying the plant room is sort of set back, so it doesn't have quite the same impact as the parts of the building that sit more forward and directly adjacent to the road. The Varsity Hotel application will be visible from the sort of roads around it, as can kind of be seen by some of the photographs I shared earlier. There was also a question about sort of airport. Kristen, sorry, did you want to come in on that one?
Yeah, thanks. I think Councillor Dryden did ask of myself, of the conservation area officer, what the difference would be between the top of Park Street and the top of the Varsity, given that Park Street has this screen to its rooftop plant area. And that's set back to reduce its visibility from the street, but it's also greyed out. In effect, it would have grey perforated metal panelling to reduce its visibility in comparison to the top of the Varsity, which one major consideration, one major difference between the two, of course, is their height. We've already established there's considerably more height involved in the Varsity case. But probably even more importantly, the difference between the two is the nature of that additional structure on top of the Varsity. The fact that it will be a motorized structure, and at times it will be lit. So if you imagine you're a pedestrian walking through Jesus Green, part of the prospect that you'll be seeing is this movement going on at very high level, with the structure opening or closing, and in dusk or at night it will be lit as well. So there's a huge visual difference and a huge character difference between the two structures.
Thank you, Christian. And then there was a question about sort of airport policy. Toby, I wonder if you can come in on that point, please.
Toby?
Thanks, Chair. I was just looking at the policy in relation to this, and the policy seems to indicate that perhaps we should have consulted, if we hadn't, the airport on regarding the height of the structures. I think my advice to committee would be, if committee were minded to support the proposal, that would be subject to a consultation with the airport prior to the issuing of any formal decision, to ensure that they were satisfied that it didn't present an obstacle in terms of their operations, and if they were to object, then we'd bring that the application back to committee. I think in the event of refusal, if the officer recommendation carries, I don't see any undue issues. We could carry out a consultation with them and reference any further representations as part of any appeal proceedings if it felt necessary. That's how I would deal with it procedurally. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Charlotte, was that it, or is there anything else?
I think I've covered everything there.
Okay, well, I'll pick you up if you haven't, but anyway, so Councillor Bennett, were you happy with that response about the airport?
I find it very helpful, thank you. I am concerned not just so about the height of this building, but also the light pollution for landing craft. And I don't need to tell people about the current situation, which makes military use more likely at this reserve airport. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor, very useful, thank you very much. So all I was going to say earlier was, because we'd started talking about tall buildings and we had the heights and so on as well, which is useful, the latter I mean especially, but tall buildings are not a bad thing in themselves, of course. Tall buildings can be good or bad, it just depends on where they are, and that's what we're talking about today really, aren't we, the situation, I think. Councillor Thornbury, you wanted to speak?
I think the case officer talked about balance that we're in, and the economy, the benefits through the economy has been raised in this application quite a lot, and we are in very difficult times with the economy, and especially this sector. It's being hit really hard, so it's very difficult to do this balance. But I do feel that as Councillor Porrer was saying, that it's to consider this current application that's actually in front of us. I actually don't have any objections to providing a better use of this space as a roof terrace, but I do have concerns about the scale massing and the detailing, and I think there are details that are similar to the lean-to below, but I think and I think using some of those details in this might be the way forward, but the way this has actually come together, I think the balance is, I think the conservation officer has got it right, but I really feel that there is an opportunity to rethink this, and I hope, if depending on the outcome of this, that the applicant will consider a really good cover that the balance will be in the other way. But can the officer, in the National Planning Policy Framework, there's another balance, which is the economy, environment and social, these are objectives of sustainable development. And the economy is more prominent in that context. And maybe the officer could talk about that sort of provision with how it balances economy, environment and social, if that's appropriate, or maybe it's not.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, I think that would be appropriate. Good, well done. And just to say, when I spoke about the National Planning Policy use of the acronym NPPF, National Planning Policy Framework, earlier, I sort of slightly paraphrased. So, as you rightly say, Councillor, it sets out the government's economic, environmental and social planning policies for England. So it would be good if the officer did just do what you said. I think it would be good. Councillor Porrer.
As I mentioned before, I think my biggest concern is the light, both the lightness of, well, the fact that it's going to glow. I mean, if you think of Canary Wharf before they built around it, everyone always, you're drawn to that light all the time. So I wondered, were we to move to support the officer recommendation, which obviously I don't know yet, can we add something explicit about that? Because for me, actually, that's probably the biggest problem with it. As I say, I don't object to the principle of development, and I could see that there could be a really amazing design, which perhaps stepped back, was a darker colour, so it wasn't so visible on the skyline. But I do think for me that's, if I were to vote to refuse, the light issue for me is a really important one, and I don't think yet it's fully reflected in those two refusal reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So, yeah, just to be clear for everybody, the officer recommendation is one of the refusal. Yeah, thanks. So, Councillor Dryden.
Quick point again, through comments now, how we could make this scheme better by design of the canopy. But I understand that the applicant did ask for pre-application advice from the planning office, but after 6 weeks they heard nothing, so they just give up.
So hopefully. Any more? No. You then, Charlotte, please.
Thank you. So in regard to the NPPF, the National Planning Policy Framework, the NPPF is a material consideration in the consideration of applications. And in terms of it has the sort of criteria of economic, social and environmental objectives, and officers have tried to include sort of we have sort of acknowledged the support that the NPPF gives particularly to economic benefits, as that's the important part for this application, and these have overall been weighed against the harm of the scheme in terms of the heritage assets and the skyline. That's sort of how we've addressed it in this case. In terms of lighting, if the application was to be supported, we could put on a condition for artificial lighting to agree that detail. And then finally, the pre-application advice point. So the applicant did not seek pre-application advice on this scheme. I understand they're talking about previous experiences they've had when they talk about their delays, but there was no opportunity for officers to sort of discuss this specific proposal prior to it coming in as an application. Thank you.
Charlotte.
Chair, can I just comment?
Toby's going to say something now.
Chair, just wanted to just expand a little bit on what Charlotte said about the framework, and just to emphasise that the other important consideration are the provisions within the Listed Building and Conservation Areas Act. In particular, Section 72 of that Act asks for special regard to be had to the desirability of preserving heritage assets, including conservation areas, and that is a very, very strong consideration for members in their judgment on the application, looking at the planning balance.
Thank you, Toby. So, Councillor Dryden, were you content with the response you got from the officer about the 6 weeks before pre-app advice?
Well, I've had this comment from other applications. Well, we're a bit slow at the moment. We're responding to applicants on lots of things.
Thank you. Right, so any more questions? The Conservation Officer has given a 4-page report to go with the Case Officer's report. He lists 3 items of serious harm and 3 of significant harm, which is pretty harmful, because that's how we measure things for people listening, is, you know, how harmful is something. Sometimes things can be harmful but not very harmful, so it's not really much of a problem. But in other cases it can be, you know, quite a lot of harm, and then the judgment is that it's not acceptable. So what I can, just for the case officer, what I see is a sort of large conservatory placed on the top of a tall building in an area next to substantially important heritage assets, and added to which, as Councillor Pora has pointed out, it's an area that's going to be lit up at night. It adds to it, I think, in a bad way, unfortunately. But I think the main thing is that for me, I mean, I know the area quite well. I've looked at the building many times, and I think the top of the building is kind of like fuzzied out, because you see this sort of the glass top and then the people and the tables and all of that. So you don't get a definite edge to the top of the building. So it sort of, it dulls it a little bit in terms of its position in the skyline, in a similar but not the same way to buildings like, for example, Park Street Car Park that we've compared it to, because that's got a stepped top, so it tends to sort of, because of the undulation, you don't sort of see it as a stark top. However, in this case, if the conservatory is built, that's a different thing. There will be not only higher, but also it will be a line of the top of the building that you will see. It will be a definite top, you know, top hat sort of thing on the building. And unfortunately, I think, for me, I can only agree with the officer recommendation from what I've heard and read so far in terms of this proposal. So that's where I am. If I've misunderstood anything there, Charlotte, or whether you want to refer to the Conservation Officer, as we've got that person here today, in terms of what I just said about it being a conservatory on top of a tall building, is that a fair assumption, Charlotte?
I would say that's a fair assumption. Yeah.
And just, did you want to ask Christian to say anything further to that, as we've got the Conservation Officer here, and a lot of it depends on his contribution to your report?
Yeah, I think, Christian, if you could come in, I know you did have some concerns in your comments about lighting and things like that. Would you like to expand on that a little further?
Yeah, I think it's the character of this additional proposal on the top of the building that's particularly problematic. It's sometimes in the supporting historic environment impact statement, they make reference to, for instance, well, it's a grey top and the ridge will just be a bit higher, but it's the character of that structure, the mixture of the covering, the the structure, the metal structure, which make it so different, and which make it rather like, as has been suggested, a conservatory on the top of the building. It's simply out of character with the upper floors, the roofscape around it.
Okay, thanks. So, are you done, Charlotte? Any more?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, that's it then. So, can we have the recommendation then, please, Toby?
Thank you, Chair. So the recommendations set out on page 68 of the reports pack, and that is to refuse planning permission for 2 reasons. Chair, I would suggest reason 2, that is amended slightly where it says by virtue of the scale, bulk and poor quality appearance to include by virtue of the scale, bulk, poor quality appearance and potential nighttime impacts. And then it would carry on to read the proposal would result in.
Okay, good. So, votes then, please. So the officer recognition is one of refusal. Oh, Councillor Poor, yes.
Would that be explicit? Sorry, would that be explicit that it's actually the lighting issue, or would that? I mean, nighttime issues could be noise, but for me, it's the impact of the light. But I mean, if you're happy that covers it, were it to need to be appealed or whatever, I just think for me that is more of an issue than the noise, if you see what I mean.
Chair through, so we could substitute nighttime with lighting impacts in terms of the wording. So, and potential lighting, nighttime lighting impacts.
Thanks, Councillor. Any more? No? Okay, so the officer recommend. Oh, Councillor Porthrope Wood.
This is just a query. I mean, are you able to put in anything about sustainability as a reason for refusal?
Chair, through you, I think that would be difficult given that we don't have a response from the council's officer. It's not a major application. I don't see that as an issue, as a prominent one in terms of members' consideration. It might come more to the fore. I think if we have an application for us that we were more comfortable with, that is probably an aspect that officers would consider.
And with that response, Councillor Porthrope Wood.
Well, the only worry is that, and this is part of the training I did as to sit on this committee, was that we were supposed to put down as many of the reasons for refusal, that we considered important, and I do consider this important, even if the sustainability officer hasn't responded or been asked.
I think the critical point here is it's a minor item, not a major item. But Toby, is that satisfactory? Can we move on?
I don't think we could move that issue. My advice is not to move that issue into a reason for refusal. We've got no evidence before us to kind of substantiate that reason for refusal, Councillor.
I mean, your point, Councillor, is well made. But generally speaking, it's not the quantity of reasons for refusal, but the quality of reasons for refusal. One is satisfactory if it's a good one, but more can be. Councillor Dryden.
Wondering, Chair, when you have an application and the office recommendations refusal and you're given the reasons for refusal, is it fair then that you're adding extra refusals on and you haven't given the applicant a chance to put their points of view against the reasons for refusal?
Thank you, Councillor. Toby, do you want to respond to that?
Chair, I think this matter in terms of kind of lighting and nighttime impact, it has been referenced in some of the correspondence that I've seen when I've been reading through the application, and it's formed part of the debate today. So I don't see it as an unreasonable inclusion to clarify that the harm that we're talking about also includes the potential nighttime lighting impact harm that would arise. So I don't see it as an unreasonable position.
Thank you. Okay, we don't normally have a little chat while we're having the officer recommendation. So I think, if you don't mind, Toby, I'm going to ask you to read it again and then we'll vote. So just so everyone's clear on what the officer recommendation is.
Thank you, Chair. So again, it's set out on page 68 of the agenda pack, and that is to refuse planning permission for 2 reasons. Chair, I'm suggesting that the second reason is adjusted, where it starts by virtue, that would read, by virtue of the scale, bulk, poor quality appearance and potential nighttime lighting impacts, and then carry on, the proposal would result in. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Toby. So the officer recommendation is one of refusal. All those in favour of that recommendation?
Four, Chair.
All those against that recommendation?
1 against, Chair.
And abstentions?
2 abstentions, Chair.
So the officer recommendation is supported. The item is refused, planning application. So thanks very much, everyone. It's been quite a long debate, hour and a half, so we'll have a break now for 5 minutes and come back at 25 to 12 then, please. you. Okay, welcome back after the short break. So the next item is item 6, 196 End Road. Nick Yeager is the case officer. A statement to be read from Green End Road residents, and then Councillor Bird, Ward Councillor, wants to speak as well. So, Nick, if you're ready to present the item then, please. Councillor Bird, do you want to just turn your camera off at the moment, and then we'll just have Nick on screen while he presents the item. Thank you very much, Councillor. So, Nick, over to you to present the item then.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to check that my screen is shared correctly.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. This application, planning permission is sought for the demolition of 126 and 198 Green End Road and the construction of 9 apartments. There's 8 one-bed flats and 1 studio flat, along with a ground floor commercial space and associated parking. This is at 196 Green End Road, and this application is brought to committee because of third-party comments contrary to the officer's recommendation. The officer's recommendation to planning committee is to refuse. So updates, Cambridgeshire Archaeology commented on this application on the 11th of October. Archaeology said they did not object to the application. However, due to the site being located within an area of high archaeological potential, a suggested condition, written scheme of investigation and informatives were suggested. This would be considered to be reasonable if the application was recommended for approval. So the application site is located on the corner of Green End Road, on the corner of Green End Road and Scotland Road. Opposite the site is the Chesterton Methodist Church, and there is also some commercial units located surrounding the site on the opposite corner and located here. The wider area is considered of a residential of residential properties. Here's an aerial shot showing the site with the red arrow, located on the corner plot of Green End Road, Scotland Road running alongside here, and commercial units located opposite and next door. The wider area, as I mentioned, is residential. So recent relevant planning history. There's been an application on this site before, which was for the demolition of 196 and 198 and the construction of 7 apartments, 5 2-bed, 1 3-bed and 1 1-bed. And this permission was granted following consideration at committee on the 10th of February 2021. The resubmitted proposal has incorporated 9 apartments, 8 one-bed flats and 1 studio flats, rather than the previous 7 apartments, 5 2-beds, 1 3-bed and 1 1-bed flat. So the reasons for refusal are that the application site fails to provide a communal space for the occupiers. The design of the upper 3rd storey would lead to an overly dominant roof form within the design and context of the area, and concerns raised by officers on inadequate cycle storage. So this is the existing site plan, showing the 2 existing dwellings. Both were detached dwellings located within the plot on the corner. Existing elevations, the dwellings were typical 2-storey detached dwellings of a fairly typical design. The proposed site plan shows the replacement of the 2 dwellings and the construction of the apartment block. This area here would be located to be used as a commercial area. Car parking would be located at the front here, and there's be a disabled car parking spots here. Visitor cycle storage would be located here. Additional cycle storage for the commercial unit would be located here. Cycle storage for the residents would be located here.
Sorry, I just said, Nick, before, is it possible to use the laser pointer so we can see it a bit more easily, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. just meant the little red dot, you know, instead of the arrow.
Yeah.
It's easier for councillors to see it then, possibly. But if it's a problem, just just do the arrow thing. We can see it if you wiggle it around a bit.
Yeah, bear with me, sorry.
Doesn't always seem to turn up when you look for it. I'm not quite sure how it all works, to be honest.
Yeah, I couldn't. Sometimes you just left click and it popped up, but it didn't. So, but if I try and stop sharing.
If there's going to be an issue, Nick, then just not interrupt the presentation. Just keep going.
Yeah.
Go back to where
Okay.
you were and carry on. Thanks. Sorry to interrupt.
That's okay. Yeah. So, and the essentially, well, just tell you where I carried off. Yeah. So the ground floor apartments will be located here. These would be single bed apartments occupying 2 residents with a combined sort of communal and kitchen area, and each of the apartments we've had en suites. Each of the apartments would benefit from their own private amenity space, which would be located, as you can see on here. Proposed floor plan would show a commercial shop space, and then these are located onto the left with the bin storage and cycle storage to the rear of the site. There would be, as I mentioned, all units would have their own private amenity space located facing Green End Road. The first floor plan shows flat 3, 4, 5, and 6. Again, 2-person, 1-bedroom flats. The second floor incorporates a studio flat, which would be flat 9, which would only occupy 1 person in a single bed. Flat 8, which would 2 people, and flat 7 for 2 people each. Again, have their own single private amenity space. One of the reasons for refusal is that this site does not provide a communal amenity space, shown on the red arrow. The previous scheme, which I'll go into a bit more detail, contained a communal area, and it's considered by officers, noting the fact that these communal spaces, private amenity spaces, are of a reasonably small scale and facing the busy road. If we feel that the application site should maximise its on-site space and provide communal space to provide higher enjoyment for the residents. The proposed elevations show in the red arrow at the top red arrow shows the top upper floor. One of the reasons for refusal is that this would lead to a dominance within the street scene in the wider context. The bottom red arrow showing on the elevation shows the cycle storage. Another reason for refusal is that this is located in a reasonably concealed area of the site to the rear, and there's worry of theft and break-in that would occur with that. The side elevation with the windows would be facing towards Green End Road on the corner, and the following side elevation, the more blanker one, would be facing against the residential property. Sorry. So just a bit of comparisons. The previously approved site plan showed the cycle storage within the built-in within the site, rather than a linear setup that is shown here. Other than that, it's still got the commercial units. It's still got the apartments on the ground floor and parking spaces in a similar format. The previously approved first floor again had amenity areas, each with their own private balcony. These were slightly bigger units, with some of them holding a couple of bedrooms. And the previously approved second floor, this is the main one of the differences, that this one in the green area is shown to have the accommodate the communal roof terrace, which this application does not. And this is previously approved roof plan, again showing the communal area and located where the table and chairs are shown on the green plan. The previously approved elevations showed the second floor to have an increase of height, an increase with a parapet wall. This had a positive impact on the street scene and the character of the area, and allowed for the upper floor to be less dominant within the street projection, street views. So I've got some street scene comparisons. So the bottom drawing rather, showing what was proposed, the middle what was previously approved, and the top what was existing. The red arrows show the differences with the parapet wall and what has led to one of the reasons of concern with the overly dominating top roof form. It's important to note Urban Designs commented no objection to this application. However, officers have concerns with regards to the design and content, as this application does not contain the parapet wall. Another comparison showing just a slightly different view. This is the side view from Green End Road. I've got some proposed visuals that have been submitted to help use the comparison. So this is what is being proposed, and this is what was previously approved. The parapet wall helps to mitigate the overly dominating upper roof form. It's one of the reasons for refusal. This is the previously approved visual as well. So this was the last scheme. What the last scheme contained was the parapet wall and also a 0.7 metre obscure glazing, which helped mitigate any overlooking impacts from the rooftop terrace and also helped to mitigate noise and disturbance. There has been third-party interest and support of the current application because it does not contain the rooftop terrace. However, officers consider that the applicant should provide, or to benefit the occupiers, should provide the communal space. And lastly, I've got some comparisons of the cycle storage. So the top being what was previously approved, storage built into the accommodation, as one currently proposed in the linear form that has concerns within a reasonably concealed area of the site. They can lead to theft and break-in. The previously approved also contained a cycle repair unit area, as this does not. And finally, some photographs. I think since I've taken these, actually the buildings have been demolished on site, which they could do because it's an extant permission of the last one. However, this is what the site looked like when the application was submitted. And here's another shot showing the application site in its context. So the planning balance conclusion. The reasons against with the development will lead to material harm to the immediate future occupiers by failing to provide the communal outdoor amenity space for future residents. The proposal also raises concerns with regards to its design and its impact on the character, and does not provide appropriate cycle storage. Therefore, the proposal is contrary to policy 50, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 80 and 82 and the National Planning Policy Framework. The reasons for is the high density combination with on an area previously brownfield site, and the contribution to the local economy and the provision of construction jobs and some local spend. Therefore, the officer's recommendation is refusal as set out within the report. And thank you. I'm going to stop sharing my screen and go back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Thanks for the presentation. So we've got a statement in terms of things to be read out, a statement from the Green End Road residents. If you wouldn't mind reading that first, then please, James.
Chair, I'm just timing myself. Thank you, Chair, for reading this statement out on behalf of local residents. The applicant has given up their right to speak, so we may comment on this application. They feel it more important for members to hear our concerns firsthand, whereas the applicant's concerns have been laid out in lengthy correspondence that is available online for members to view. We would like to confirm our support for this application and would ask committee members to approve it without further delay. It is a shame the planning officer has delayed this application and obstructed the regeneration of this derelict site that had been a blight to locals and attracting unsociable behaviour for a number of years. The revised scheme in front of you today is virtually identical in terms of size and massing to the previous scheme approved in February 2021. However, it's been altered internally and redesigned externally so that the new elevations present a much more compatible and subtle look than the previously approved scheme, which is bulky and heavy in appearance. The new design is refined and will sit well in the street scene, and again is supported by us and has the full support of the urban design officer, who stated, quote, "The scale and massing of the proposals has been configured to respond appropriately to the prevailing context," unquote. The application has received no objections whatsoever, only support from all local authority consultees and residents. Yet the planning officers have taken it upon themselves to disregard their own consultees and neighbours' views and impose their own. Our main concern centres on the planners' desire to impose upon us noise and disturbance that would inevitably arise from a communal roof terrace in this location, which would have unlimited access for all future residents of the scheme and at all hours. Crucially, this source of uncontrolled nuisance has been removed from the current application following our discussions with the developer, which we fully support. We do not understand how the planning department can say this building must have a communal roof terrace when it has private balconies, and when over the last 4 years alone, they have approved at least 4 similar schemes that did not provide a communal amenity area. Clearly stated within the officer's report to the committee, for these schemes, the planning officers confirmed repeatedly that policy 50 was satisfied in full. Therefore, it follows that in the interest of consistency, the same should apply here. I've got 30 seconds to go, Chair, I'm about halfway through. It is further alarming that correspondence submitted online between the planning officer and policy officer show how they have conspired to manipulate the meaning of policy 50 to meet their desire and create a reason for refusal which we do not believe is valid. When pressed for clarity regarding policy 50, the planning department simply refused to offer any further advice. Instead, they are suggesting that the proposed scheme should be refused as it would create a significant pressure on the local public spaces within the area, of which there are 4 within 10-minute walk, totalling more than 190,000 metres squared. This is clearly ridiculous when assessed against the net increase of just 7 occupiers the proposed scheme would generate. Would you like me to finish, Chair?
Yeah, just finish it off, please, James.
Further to this, officers have raised concerns within the cycle store, and yet it is conveniently located along with a private access served from Green End Road, which would be lit for residents and is in a safe and secure location, being fully accessible to all flats and very similar to the approved scheme. The bike store layout is in full compliance with the design guide for cycle parking, and the access officer has fully supported the proposal, stating, "I am very pleased with the proposal, much better than the one it replaced." We as local residents and neighbours are putting our faith in you, our local ward councillors, to be our voice against the unjustified opinion of the planning department, who are going against the views of their consultees, and we would like to see this scheme approved as it will deliver a much improved solution for this important corner site in our neighbourhood. A solution that will not bring long-term noise, nuisance and disturbance to us. Thank you, various Green End Road residents.
Let's use Chair's prerogative there to allow that statement to be read out in full. So the only other speaker is local ward councillor, Councillor Bird. So are you still with us? Yep.
Yes, Chair.
Hello, Councillor Bird. So you've got unlimited time to speak when you're ready.
Okay, Chair, I won't take a lot of time, but I just want to say that this area has been derelict for many, many years. I've had so many complaints about the antisocial behaviour, drug dealings, etc. When the planning application, the first one came in 2020, all the residents around the area were contacting me as they had really big concerns about the plans and the roof terrace being overlooked and could cause antisocial behaviour with noise if they were having parties and such up there. But it was approved in 2021. We then found out that the agent had decided not to proceed with this development. You now have this new application in front of you today, which the residents are happy with, the new design, and know there's no worries that they will be disturbed or any antisocial behaviour. As for the public spaces, we actually have 5 in our area of the development. We have Green End Road Park, Scotland Road Park, Five Trees, Bramblefield Nature Reserve, Squires Close Park, and then of course we've got the River Cam. So I can't understand why they're saying there won't be amenities around for the tenants of these new flats. So I had a meeting with the resident to discuss this application as their local councillor, and they advised me that they were happy with the application, which to me was very good. As you can see, there's 5 residents that live very, very close to the development who would like the development to go ahead. Also, I noticed that the access officer was happy with the cycle storage this time more than last time. So I can't understand why the officers are saying that they're not happy with it. This development will make this area even better because we have 3 shops around the area already, and they've all redone their shop fronts and everything, made it look lovely. But we've got this area which is just derelict. It's terrible. And some of my colleagues will have probably drove past or even cycled past and seen it. So I'm asking the committee today to actually approve this development. It'll enhance the area. We need more housing, and we are desperate for 1-bedroom apartments. And around East Chesterton, that's something we need too. So thank you, Chair, for letting me speak.
Thank you, Councillor Bird. Thanks for that. Okay, if you want to turn your camera off now, welcome to carrying on listening to the item now to be debated. So just before we go to debate, there's a couple of things I'd like just to get clear. Firstly, in the statement, it was said that the urban design officer said something. There was a quote there. I don't know if we can dig that out. I couldn't find that myself in the report, I couldn't see that the urban design officer had used the words that were quoted. So it says the scale and massing of the proposals has been, so I'm doing this for your benefit, Nick, when you give some answers. The scale and massing of the proposals has been configured to respond appropriately to the prevailing context. That doesn't seem to say that in the urban design consultation statement at 6.4. Perhaps you could clarify. And the only other thing, Nick, for you is Councillor Bird just referred to the access officer being more happy with this scheme. And with regard to cycle storage, if you could just clarify that as well. I presume the access officer has a slightly different remit to considering cycles per se and cycle storage. So do you want to just do those 2 things first then, Nick, before we get going on debate, please?
Yeah. So firstly, the access officer, I believe, comments in relation to the disability access of the site. So I'll just get the report up. Yeah. So the access officer comments in relation to the requirements of Part M4 brackets 2 of Building Regulations and Policy 51. So I don't believe the access officer was commenting in relation to the cycle storage. I think he was commenting in relation to that. And the second point, I'll just get back to you, 2 seconds. And second question, the Urban Designs commented, recommented on the 4th of July 2021 that the proposed amendments summarised below resolved our previous concerns, which were previously addressed, and the consultative response, I believe, from them before that. Bear with me. Yeah, so on the very first initial response from the Urban Designs on the 23rd of May 2022, they said in their bulk of their consultative response, the scale and massing of the proposal has been configured to respond appropriately to the prevailing context, and then went on. I hope that's provided clarification on that. Thank you.
That's clarified. So thank you very much. Just to be completely clear then, so that statement, the scale and massing of the proposals has been configured to respond appropriately to the prevailing context, is appropriate to this scheme we have on the table today. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what the Urban Designs officer said on their consultative response.
That's
Thank
good.
you.
Okay, let's get on with the debate then. Councillors? Councillor Pagecroft.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make a couple of one observation really. I have a couple of family members who live in apartments with no amenity space at all, absolutely none. And one of them has 2 young children, and the effect on her mental health over the past few years, especially with COVID, has been enormous. So we need to give these people some sort of amenity space outside their apartments so they can sit on and get a breath of fresh air. All she's got is a Juliet balcony, which is ridiculous with young children. You have to let them just get the toys out on a balcony and play.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood.
And following in the same vein, what is the size of the balconies, or the sizes of the balconies on the new plans? Is it possible to condition the use? That's the previous plans. I did like the roof terrace, so I notwithstanding the neighbours' unhappiness with that. So I am concerned about the amount of amenity space. I did wonder, this is 941, the disabled space is on the north side. Would it not be better on the south side next to one of the ground floor flats? And I'm still a little bit confused on the cycle storage, why it's better in this set of plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So we're probably not going to redesign the scheme on the table in terms of moving flats around, but it's an interesting question. Thank you. Any more questions before I go back? Councillor Poorer.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, like Councillor Gawthorpe, it would be good to know the size of the amenity space, balconies, because I think for me what's critical is when it was previously approved, it was probably done because the extra amenity space compensated for the small or potentially winter gardens. I don't know if some of them are actually fully enclosed because it's on the main road, so it'd be useful to have some comments on that. My main concern just actually relate to the design, because I think when the officer had the comparative pictures up, the previous one had a sort of white coloured setback wall that was sort of in keeping with the same colour on the floors below, and the new one is sort of gone a darker, I think it was zinc clad potentially, and seem more prominent, particularly without the parapet walls. So I think my 2 main concerns are there. I would also like to know, in terms of the cycle parking roller door, is that something we could condition, or does that count as changing the plans on the table? And the same, I think, was mentioned, there's not a green roof, but I'm assuming we could condition that, as we often do, that, you know, if it's a flat roof, it needs to be green. But again, I'd welcome the officers' views on that. It would be also interesting just to have a quick comment on the change of the mix of bedroom sizes, because this is going to sort of lots of one beds, whereas actually before we had a bit more of a mix, which to me may reflect more the need in the area, because obviously we want 1, 2 and 3 beds, particularly for sort of growing families. So again, I'd just be welcome a comment on that and whether that's something we need to consider or whether we don't need to give any weight to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I presume that the roller door question would be possible to change with a conditional or informative, whichever. Any more questions? Come back again in a minute if you like. So let's go back to the case officer then. Do you want to answer those questions then, please?
Yes, thank you for the questions. With regards to the cycle storage, I think one of the concerns is as well is that that's on the roller door, or the linear format of the cycle storage would be on the rear, which is in a reasonably well sort of concealed side of the site. So I think one of the additional concerns is that the concerns of theft and non-residents accessing and leading to theft and antisocial behaviour of the bicycles down that side. I think with regards to the green roof, you could still the previous application had the very top of the 3rd floor contained the green was a green roof, and that was conditioned. This application contains all the step down on the 2nd floor and the very top to be green roofs, I believe. But we consider that the amenity space should be provided, the communal amenity space on that 2nd floor, which would lose some of the green roof. However, we still feel that a biodiversity net gain could be achieved on the site from the very top in terms of green roof and other methods. With regards, there was some questions as well on the actual size of the private amenity space. So I just measured the 2 ground floor amenity spaces, and they are measuring at 5.87 metre squared. So sufficient enough to have sort of a table and chair up on them, but we feel that the residents should be allowed or should have a larger communal area. And I think there was also a question on the housing mix. So the submitted proposal incorporated the previously submitted 7 apartments, 5 a 2-bed, 1 3-bed, and 1 1-bed. As this proposal is 8 1-beds and 1 studio flat. I hope that answers the questions. Thank you.
Nick, anything not answered? Any more questions, debates? Councillor Thornborough.
In other applications where we've got an extant consent, we've been advised to really consider the application in front of us, but in this application there's quite a lot of reference to the extant scheme and a lot of comparison. But so I just wondered if we could have a bit of guidance on that. You know, if this is a new scheme that's come before us, which we should make a judgment on, and I don't know if the applicants referred to the extant consent as something that they would or wouldn't, and whether that's relevant. But it's just some bit.
I think it's a good point, Councillor. Any more? Go back. No? Okay, Nick, do you want to talk about that then, please? What Councillor Thornborough has just referred to.
I think there has been quite a lot of reference back, as mentioned, to the extent scheme. I think one of the reasons we wanted, I included that, and is to show that the rooftop terrace could be achieved in the site isn't maximising its on-site potential for communal space. If there's any, Toby, if there's any other that you could add to that point, perhaps.
Toby, what's in?
Chair, I mean, obviously it needs to stand on its own 2 feet as a planning application, and that's the primary consideration for members. But I think, as Nick said, given that we've got a very comparable scheme that looks to be implemented with the demolition of those dwellings, I think that, you know, the officer has rightly kind of set out within the plans pack the differences, and the reference in the report, I think, is to this scheme of 4 members now being a poor cousin of the one that we that has been approved for those reasons that Nick's expanded upon. But yes, I mean, ultimately it needs to be judged on its own merits.
Thank you, Toby. Have you finished, Nick?
Yes, I have. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So, so the other thing I suppose to note is it's a bit around this time, because often things come to committee because residents object to an officer recommendation of approval, but the officer recommendation is refusal, and we have some residents who are supporting it. Councillor Bagent, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. First, I must apologise for being late. That's the trouble of Stagecoach cancelling buses. I just have to inform you that I'm a member of the Cambridge Cycling Campaign before the vote. Thank you.
Councillor? Councillor Gawthrope-Wood.
I think this has been touched on, but I am concerned that the look of this new plan does the size of massing. It looks a lot heavier. So if I were to be comparing the two, I prefer the previous plans. However, as Toby has said, you know, we do consider this on its own. I wondered if you'd like to comment on that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any more questions aside from that one? No? Did you answer that, Toby, or should I go to the case officer?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it, what kind of architectural tricks can be had with schemes. And I was involved in the negotiation on the previous scheme with the case officer. So we were worried at the time that it was going to be too prominent in terms of its massing, because the proposal takes up quite a significant amount of the footprint of the site, and it's coming out with a kind of flat roofed upper story structure, when kind of most roofs within that area are traditional. So part of the negotiation on the previous application was to try and lessen the impact of that upper story, and it was a combination of raising the parapet to visually shrink that upper level, but also getting a more recessive, lighter material, which was the render. What's happened on the new application is that parapet's been lowered, and you've got a darker, albeit more contemporary, but more prominent scheme. And I think our view, and it is different to the view of the urban design officers, is that actually that it's tipped the balance, kind of against granting permission on one ground, which is kind of, you know, its visual impact within the neighbourhood. And we considered previously, you know, really important matters to try and kind of recess that building back. So, I mean, that's why we've differed in terms of our view with the urban design officers, but we feel it's a justified view to take.
Toby, were you content with that answer, Councillor Gawthrope-Wood? Yep, okay. So, in terms of the reasons for refusal, Nick, we've seen communal amenity space not be provided before. For example, in Romsey, I remember one from some years ago, and we had a discussion about that, about whether communal amenity space needs to always be provided, and there's been some conversation about sort of local areas where people can get a bit of fresh air, and there are a few around here, as Councillor Bird has pointed out. He's a local ward councillor. In terms of design and context, looking at it, I feel it's a fairly good-looking scheme. It does rather stick out a bit in terms of context, but that's not always a bad thing. Urban-looking. I'm quite surprised, it's a small thing, but at the glazing bars, which seem very suburban with their small opening windows, I would have expected something different, although I know it's very useful to be able to open a little window for fresh air. But cycle storage, we often in committee talk about cycle storage a lot. We haven't so far in this debate, but I am concerned that the cycle storage is right at the back of the development there, I think. I'm not quite sure about the access to it. So one question, Nick, from me would be, can you just describe the route to the cycle storage, to and fro, to get your bicycle out and in? Might be useful to know. Any other questions for Nick? Do the cycle one then, please.
Thank you. So the cycle storage entrance would be, if you're just looking, you would have to walk past or in front of the disabled car parking space along the back of the site.
Are you able to do it with a plan on screen, please, Nick? And maybe with a pointer or something, that would be good. Thanks.
Yeah, that'll be, yeah. Bear with me, I'll just get it up.
I'm looking at the proposed site plan at the moment. I don't know if that's the best one or not there.
Yeah, okay. Hopefully members can see that now.
See it, thank you.
So the access would be located along the rear here. So walking along here to the cycle storage. This area here is for the residents, I believe, and this is for some of it for the commercial unit at the front here. So there is visitor cycle storage located here as well, but essentially you'd have to walk along on the rear here to put your bike away.
Okay, so just to be clear then, can you give the route from the public highway to the cycle storage, please?
So from Green End Road, follow the cursor down here.
That's what I thought. I just meant make it clear, that's all. Okay, thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Pora.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with Toby's view that for me it just tips the balance a little bit too far, you know, the massing. I'm not quite clear why the parapet wall has gone, in that I just wondered if officers could comment a little bit more on that, because, and obviously I'm assuming we can't condition it to be a different colour, for example, because I think for me it's that massing of the top story and the fact that it is so much more visually prominent, and the fact the parapet wall's gone, but I wasn't quite clear why it's gone. So I'm just thinking, were this to go to refuse, then it would be useful for the applicant to know. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. I don't know if did you have a visualisation that you could show us, Nick, when you respond to councillor Pora, please?
Okay, just showing some comparisons of the visualizations. So what is proposed here with the lack of the parapet wall on the corner and in the site, leading to that upper dominance of the upper floor. What we had proposed, what we had previously approved was the parapet wall extending up, which helped to conceal that upper floor, which led to the less overly dominating impact within the character of the corner of that street scene, which the lack of that being provided is led to our concerns with the design and content and a reason for refusal. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Nick. Oh, councillor Walthrop-Wood.
I doubt that you have this here, but I'm just thinking about this development in the context of Fallowfield and the council housing there, and the materials and colouring and the balconies used there, which is lighter. It uses some of that red colour in the materials, which feeds through to the previous plan quite well, where I notice there's some red. And in terms of using white render, I'm actually thinking about a lot of the 1930s houses are rendered in the area. And although it's quite a way away, I'm thinking Scholars Walk as well, but that is the other end of Chesterton, so maybe not relevant. Fallowfield is just down the road towards the river.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, I think you're testing the planning officer's knowledge of applications and so on, but we'll see what Nick can respond. Nick?
I'm sorry, I wouldn't be aware of, or I wouldn't have the knowledge of other planning application sites, I'm afraid, except for this one being assessed.
I'm going to refer Toby to that question, and Nick, that's fair enough. Thanks.
I think probably actually the comparators in terms of the approved scheme, the best comparators are there's in the south of Cambridge there's a kind of 1930s style scheme that's gone up on the roundabout Fendon Way, Queen Edith's Way roundabout, and opposite. There's also a kind of similar scheme on Glebe Road, Histon Road on the corner there, that's been quite successful. If it was just a case of materials, it is something that could be conditioned, but it's an interplay of materials, parapet height, and I think maybe you picked up, maybe you didn't, but on the scheme that's been approved, there was a kind of lid to the scheme that provided a kind of shadow effects and more articulation in terms of the visual impact of the proposal. And in answer to Councillor Pora's question, I don't know why the scheme's been amended the way that it has, but there was no pre-application discussions, which is unfortunate because we could have had a round of discussion around these types of issues.
Yeah, good point. Okay, Councillor Bennett.
The concern relating to the small size of the residential units, which is 0.1 of a metre over our minimum standards, and the lack of on-site outdoor space. You know, we've seen recently rising temperatures and our residents are more at risk of overheating. And I'm quite concerned that we don't have some of the features in this proposal we have on other developments to mitigate that. And if officer's recommendation for refusal is overturned, I would like to see an informative on that. Thank you.
What catch the last sentence, Councillor? What do you say?
I'm saying that if we don't go with the officer's recommendation for refusal, I'd like to see an informative on reducing overheating. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Right. Any more? So yeah, good point on space standards, Councillor Bennett. I've often said before in committee that space standards are not meant to be a target to get close to, but an absolute minimum. And you're right in saying that I think 4 of them are very close to the absolute minimum of space per person. It's supposed to be 50 square metres, and it's actually 50.1 square metres in 4 cases of the 9 flats. So to be fair, one of them is a fair bit over at 63.6 square metres. Councillor Thornborough.
If the recommendation is, if we vote in favour of the recommendation, I would also like to, I would like to consider the design not being favourable for the changing climate to be included. I also have concerns about overheating in these properties, which is not described as a reason for refusal.
Thank you very much. Any more? Nope. Okay, in that case, let's get the recommendation then, please, Toby.
Yeah, so the recommendation is set out on page 89 of the reports pack, and that is to refuse planning permission for the 3 reasons as set out. The first in relation to communal amenity space, the second in terms of design and appearance in relation to the upper storey, and the third in relation to cycle storage.
Just to be clear, online it says for the second key issue, design in context, does it matter? Same thing, okay, good, okay. So that's the recommendation then. All those in favour of the officer recommendation is, yes, Councillor Thornborough.
Previously, when we voted on the officer's recommendation for refusal, we haven't had a chance to amend the reasons for refusal after we voted. If we wanted to add something in, do we have to do it before we vote? Or can we do it after we vote?
Toby?
Needs to be done now, Chair.
Refusal. Councillor Bennett.
Apologies, I didn't turn my microphone on. I think the point made by both Councillor Thornborough and myself about an informative, well, if we're refusing, it's not informative, but it's a further reason for refusal, which is the lack of infrastructure to prevent overheating on these very small units.
Is that, do you want to say anything else further to that, Councillor Thornborough, or are you, yeah? So you're the case officer, Nick, do you want to respond to that request to add that as a reason for refusal?
Yep, I can do. If I can also include the overheat.
I mean, it was suggested it could be an informative. Do you want, is that what you want to do, informative, or you want a condition, or what?
I'd have to check with Toby how we do it. Would we include that in a refusal reason?
Sorry, I got confused there. So Councillor Bennett said informative, but actually she meant reason, didn't you? Reason for refusal, yeah. So do you want to do a form of words or just use the words that Councillor Bennett used? Just be clear what the words are anyway, because normally we have a break, don't we, for writing the words up and then we come back. So, Councillor, yeah, Toby, you go.
Chair, thanks. So, as far as I'm aware, the application is not accompanied by any form of kind of overheating appraisal. It's not a major scheme, so I wouldn't expect that to accompany this type of application. Building control, with the change in the building regs, does consider overheating as a design constraint, and if this were approved, they would have to meet the most up-to-date building regs, which, as I say, have changed very recently to accommodate overheating as a concern. So I'm a bit worried that this reason for refusal is going to be difficult for officers to substantiate if there were an appeal.
Councillor Bagent.
Thank you, Chair. So if we approved, then the concerns about overheating would be taken into account by the building control.
Absolutely, it would form part of the building control approval process if it were approved.
So that seems to overcome that objection, doesn't it? Thank you.
Is that okay then, Councillor Bennett, Councillor Thornborough? I think it's a good point you're making, and I was only thinking just a couple of days ago about a scheme we've previously approved on, anyway, it had a lot of south-facing windows high up, and it looked like it was going to get very hot at 40 degrees centigrade, very hot, like unlivable. So I think it's a good point, and we really need to take that into account as soon as possible, or at least at building control stage. So it will be taken into account at building control stage if approved. Councillor Thornborough, Councillor Bennett. Nodding heads. Okay, good. We've done the same with this one. We did the last one. I think we'd better just go through the recommendation again, because I do want the recommendation to be fresh in your mind when you vote. It's not right to have the debate and then come back to voting. So please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is to refuse for the 3 reasons as set out page 89 and 90 of the officer report pack.
Toby, so the recommendation is one of refusal. All those in favour of that recommendation?
Six agree with the recommendation, Chair.
All those against the recommendation?
2 against, Chair.
So that's all of us voted. So the recommendation is refusal. Thanks very much, everyone. Thanks, Nick, for the presentation. So I think we'll do one more item before lunch. Is that okay with everyone? It's the tree one. I think we'll probably be okay on that. I think, well, maybe one more. Let's see how we get on anyway. So the next item is item 7, Tree Works, 76 DeFrevel Avenue. One speaker, Jane Harrod-Jones, objector, or Peter Harrod-Jones. Ah, you're here, okay. Just have a seat a minute, sir, and we'll get the presentation first, and then we'll have you speak. Okay, so Joanna, do you want to present it then, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm just going to put up a photograph which is taken from the front of the property. This tree work application seeks permission for the removal of a false acacia, which is the yellowy tree on the left-hand side of the picture there, and the reduction of a silver birch, which is the tree that is immediately above the red car. Both trees are located in the rear garden of 76 DeFrevel Avenue. The application was previously brought before committee on the 7th of September. At that time, committee agreed to defer the decision until third-party commissioned reports could be fully considered. The reports were made public and a site visit was arranged, allowing objecting ward councillors to view the tree. The item is brought before committee because objections were received to the removal of T1. A third party has submitted 2 reports prepared to support the tree's retention. These are available on public access. The first report cited no outward sign predicting bough failure or anything that would raise concern for safety. This is contrary to the defects noted during an officer site visit of the 14th of July. The second report cites decay at the points to which the tree was previously reduced and advises that the tree should be reduced to form a smaller, compact crown to alleviate pressures on old pruning roots. This confirms the defects noted in the site visit by the officer of the 14th of July. Management required to reduce the risk of failure to an acceptable level would significantly impact the tree's public amenity value in the short and the longer term. On balance, officers believe the risk of harm and or damage associated with the refusal outweighs the negative impact the removal of T1 will have on the verdant character of the conservation area. Removal of T1 allows replacement planting to be conditioned and enforced. A replacement tree could be allowed to mature with limited management, ensuring its contribution to public amenity in the longer term. There is insufficient justification for the crown reduction proposed to T3, and the works will be detrimental to public amenity and tree health. The officer recommendation is therefore to approve the removal of T1, subject to replacement planting conditions that are detailed at 8.14 of this report, and to refuse the crown reduction to T3. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Joanna. Right, so Peter, you want to speak on the item. So that's the speaker's table right at the back there. Sorry to make you have a little walk around the back, but that would be best if you sat there, I think, and had the microphone, because then the camera will be on you as well. So thanks for coming to speak. So when you get there, it's the right-hand button on the microphone you need to press, and it lights up red. And then you've got 3 minutes to speak, and half a minute before the end, James will ring the bell so you know you're coming to the end of your time. So when you're ready, Peter.
On behalf of the 9 immediate neighbours and many more who've spoken to us, I wish to object to the felling of this beautiful 70-year-old acacia tree. Why doesn't the value of this mature tree outweigh the potential risk of failure, which surely applies to all mature trees? Why embark on the uncertain, labour-intensive process of watering in and maintaining a new sapling in a less visible location, when this beautiful acacia could be more cost-effectively managed to the end of its natural life?
We believe there are 3 strong reasons not to fell this tree. Firstly, there is no new evidence. The council report is not evidence-based, but simply reinforces the previous position. No one has as yet climbed the tree to establish the extent of the decay, so it is impossible to conclude that the tree must be felled. On the contrary, the tree ecologist Neil Gale, who assessed the tree on 3rd of September, found no evidence that the tree poses any safety risk. Secondly, a programme of pruning, which Acacia advised would only be every 4 to 5 years, would surely be a more appropriate means of protecting such a valued amenity. And if the necrosis is only in one limb, as allegedly shown in photo 2, then why would both trunks need to be reduced? Acacia have advised that the tree can be managed by a reduction of the regrowth to form a smaller, compact crown, rather than complete pollarding. Thirdly, although we're discussing one tree here, it can be seen from many points in the Defravel area. A replacement sapling will take years to mature if it survives. Does the council know what proportion of their saplings actually survive beyond 5 years? Last planning meeting, we asked for deferral to allow an independent expert to climb the tree and specifically assess any maintenance requirements. Acacia was not given permission to do so, and the council's technical officer, who visited a second time, did not choose to do so as far as. Therefore, there is no new evidence that the tree poses a risk of harm, and no justification to remove this beautiful acacia and thereby destroy a valuable public amenity both now and for the future. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for speaking, Peter. If you want to turn your microphone off, you're welcome to stay there or sit wherever because there's no other speakers. Just press the button on your microphone thing, will you, so it goes off? Great, thank you very much. Okay, so just before we go to debate, I just want to pick up a couple of things that Peter said there with the officer, as the officer doesn't respond directly to questions from speakers. So just for clarity, can you confirm, Joanna, that nobody has climbed the tree?
Yes, I can, Chair.
And it's working again now, isn't it? Yeah. That pruning would only need to happen every 4 to 5 years. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be about right.
And are you able, I don't know about this one, but are you able to say how many of our saplings survive after 5 years that we plant, or is that a difficult question?
I'm sorry, Chair, I don't have that information
I thought
to hand.
not. Okay. I mean, I think we assume that it, for the best on that one, but that's the normal process that the proposal comes forward and we assume that what's being proposed will happen, i.e. the tree would. Any more questions? Debate, councillors? Thank you very much. Councillor Goldthorpe-Wood.
There is a requirement to put a new tree in, isn't there? Now, I'm just checking here, is there a requirement to maintain the new replacement tree? And I'm going to make this comment as, you know, someone who does a lot of gardening. That does not look as though that has been managed very well in the past, hence some of the problems. So you have to think about that, you know, in terms of the lifetime of a tree. It really doesn't look as though the crown reduction has been done particularly well in the past.
Thank you, Councillor. So this is some clarity here. So I forgot to say that the acacia tree referred to by the speaker is tree T1, just so everyone's clear on that. And are you referring to T1 as well, Councillor Goldthorpe-Wood? You are, yes. Okay, good. Any more questions, debate? Councillor Porro.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this is always a difficult one because in effect we're not, I think I said at the last meeting, the option for us isn't to have a healthy tree of this size at any point, because I think even the independent report is advising significant reductions and a reduced canopy. So my first question for the officer is, can you maybe indicate on one of the pictures exactly what the reduced canopy might look like? Because obviously what we're judging here is the reduced amenity versus the benefit of planting a newer tree more quickly rather than letting this one kind of reduce and then eventually die off. Second question for the officer, what kind of replacement can we condition, as in what kind of age is it going to be, and how long would it take for it to achieve some kind of similar amenity value? Because I know obviously depending on the species that could be hugely different in terms of years or decades. And I think the final question is, I think the objector mentioned the necrosis is only in one limb. So again, just be grateful for the tree officer's explanation as to why, well, I suppose given the independent report agreed anyway, it had to be reduced, but obviously whether just the damaged part could be removed or whether that is basically fundamental to the way the tree will adapt to wind and things. So I know from trees in my own ward that sometimes one limb can make it basically structurally unsound, but those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. If there's no more, I'll go back to Joanna and then we'll have a vote. Yeah. So Joanna, can you answer those questions then, please?
Yes, thank you. The requirement for the replacement tree or condition for a replacement tree includes a condition to replace that tree if it dies. So, and that it then goes on. So if the tree doesn't survive, then there is a requirement to replace it. The replacement tree can also be TPO'd. So again, if it dies and it's removed, then it would have to be replaced. Sorry, bear with me. I've just looked for a different photograph. So the pruning, it's the decay is about here, where it was previously pruned, just above the red line.
Joanna, are you able to use a laser pointer on it? Or
I'm afraid it's not.
No. Okay.
It's not coming up. I did try.
That's
but
fine.
it's
Don't worry.
not
Can we
giving me the
just
option.
wiggle it around a bit then, so we can see where you're meaning.
So the red line here is the suggestion of where the tree would be reduced to, and just above that is where the decay is. And if I can show you here, that this is the area that is decayed. The necrosis is obvious here, where is indicated by blue, but there is decay in both of these points. And then you've got obviously quite a large limb above that decay, and then you've got numerous substantial limbs above the other decay. So pruning would ideally remove that area of decay and then allow new regrowth to form where there is sound wood, and that would result in a significant reduction in the canopy of the tree. The type of condition, we would normally ask for a standard tree, which would have very limited public amenity contribution at the moment. It is the public amenity contribution that we need to consider with regards to the Town and Country Planning Act and the legislation that controls tree preservation orders and conservation areas. Private amenity is not a reason to serve a tree preservation order on a tree or enforce retention of a tree. One of the reasons that we ask for standard trees, which would probably be around 3 meters tall, is that they tend to establish more quickly than trees that are more mature, and you generally find that a smaller tree will catch up to a larger tree in just a number of years. So the tree, yes, I agree that the replacement tree wouldn't be a visual replacement at present, but what we're doing is balancing the public amenity contribution that this tree offers to the conservation area against the justification for the work that is required to make it safe. And it is that balance that leads us to say that there is justification for the trees removal and replacement.
Thanks, Joanna. Someone just spoke then because the TV was going to go off in our room, you know, this monitor thing, that's all. Thanks very much. Just to say, necrosis is not a word we come across very often, but that's the dead bit of the tree, isn't it, that you're talking about?
Yes, it's dead bark.
Thank you. Okay, so a bit more debate. So, Councillor Thornborough.
It's really interesting hearing all of these arguments, but it's also been very interesting and great, I think, hearing what the residents have said, because this affects the people around that space rather than the general residents or us walking around the streets. And I think the awareness of trees and the benefits of trees, particularly in the changing environment, and the cooling effect of trees is so important. And I think the residents should be thanked for bringing this to our attention, and thank the officer for her attention on the tree. I just wanted to say thank you for that. But if your recommendation is if we agree with that, you mentioned that the replacement tree could have a TPO on because it's recognised the importance of a tree in this location. Can you just explain whether when it would be appropriate to put a TPO on the replacement tree?
Thank you. Any more questions, or should we finish up questions now? Yeah, looks like it. So, Joanna, just that one then, please.
Yes, we can serve a tree preservation order actually before a tree is planted, which is what we do often in planning applications. So we can serve tree preservation orders on detailed landscape plans. What we would do here is amend the current tree preservation order to change the location and species of T1, and we could do that immediately.
Are you content with that response, Councillor Thornborough?
Yes, thank you. I think that's a good suggestion.
Okay. Do we need to do anything in this committee with regard to that, or is that just a question for future work? So, Councillor Porro.
I was just going to say, actually, I'd be more comfortable if we could TPO as part of this, because for me, if we're going to have what even the independent report is saying, we're going to have to reduce that tree extremely substantially, which will mean it will never grow to that height again. So I understand the officer's point that it's probably better to remove and replace, but I would be much more comfortable if we knew that we were definitely going to tree protect the next tree, which obviously means that basically in perpetuity there must be a thriving tree on that space, even if it takes a few years to reach the amenity value that the current one has. But I would prefer that could be done via this application. So I'm asking, I suppose, Joanna and Toby, if we could make that a condition, or whether we can't.
All right, thank you. So we'll get an answer on that. So just to say, TPO is Tree Preservation Order, helps to protect trees from being removed. So I got a sort of nodded response from this side, from the legal officer. So what's the response, the full response to, can we put a TPO on now, please, from one of you?
Chair, thank you. No, Joanna has explained that she would seek an amendment to the existing order, which would be a separate process. So I'm afraid members will need to wait for that to come along and make a decision on it as a separate item.
Thank you, Keith. Keith's legal officer. So actually, I should have gone straight to you, really, Joanna, on that. So did you have anything different or to add to that, Joanna?
Just to add, I think if a replacement tree were like for like, then the existing tree preservation order would protect that tree. The tree is relatively close to the rear elevations of the properties, not sufficiently close for that to be additional justification for the tree's removal, but it would be more sensible to push the tree further back into the garden given the relationship between trees and buildings and the potential issues that can occur. So that would require an amendment, and obviously with a change of species, if that is desired, then we would need to change the tree preservation order for that reason. We are legally obliged to notify any immediate neighbours, anybody impacted by the tree preservation order, and we have to take into consideration objection. So we can't say we wouldn't be able to serve a tree preservation order now, and for it to be confirmed, we have to go through due process.
Thank you, Joanna. That's very clear to me. I've got another question. So we're getting into quite detail of the items consideration here, I think, really. But if there's another question, further question, Councillor Thornborough.
Thank the officers for that explanation. Would it be appropriate to add an informative? That's what we would like.
My understanding is we can have any informative we like, because it's an informative. Saying no on my right-hand side. Joanna, is that okay to have an informative to say that we'd like to?
We can have we can explain in our decision that we will seek to change the existing tree preservation order so that the replacement tree is protected. But the decision is ours. I think it's difficult to put an informative or a condition on a decision notice. This is the council's decision will be whether or not we serve a tree preservation order. It's got nothing to do with the owner to a certain extent. This is our decision.
It's a good point, Councillor. I don't want to cross you, but do you want anything to say?
I think there are minutes of this meeting. I mean, I think it's clear what we would like, and it's clear what the tree officer has said. So the intention is clear. So maybe that's adequate. But
and you as councillors can work going forward, maybe with local ward councillors, to enable that to be the case. Councillor Porter.
I just wanted to check with the officer that she's satisfied that we, the planning authority, can insist on a suitable replacement, to make sure that we do get a specimen that is, I think we can anyway, because it's tree protected, but obviously because we want to make sure that whatever goes in is appropriate to the changing climate and, as Joanna said, appropriate to the space that's being planted. So could the officer just offer some reassurance that we will have some control over that?
I think we can.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Sorry,
yeah.
Chair.
No,
yes, absolutely. The suggested conditions with regards to the replacement planting are 8.14, and we actually now require the replacement planting to be agreed before the tree is removed. So the onus is on the applicant to give us the information, and if we don't want that tree, then we don't approve the discharge of that condition, and they therefore cannot do the work. So we have quite a lot of control. It's different. We've changed that specifically so that we have a lot of control over the replacement tree that goes back in, and it will be a tree of reasonable size.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Porter. Are you finished or not?
So I've just been pedantic because it's in 8.4. Does it also need to be in our recommendation? That's what caught me out because I couldn't see it in the recommendation. But if you're
well, the recommendation says subject to conditions, so I think that's.
It's just we didn't have them listed there in the normal way, which is just why I was checking.
Okay. Joanna, do you want to?
Yeah, it's 8.14 is the planning conditions.
Okay, Councillor. Yep. Councillor Bennett.
Just a very quick point. I'd like to thank Joanna for her very clear presentation, and also to ensure that there's clarity in our vote, could I suggest that we vote on the recommendations individually to avoid confusion?
boss on that. Toby? I don't think we can do that, can we? I think the recommendation is recommendation.
I don't think there's any reason why we couldn't vote on them separately, but I don't sense that there's going to be a split decision from the discussion. So on that basis, I'll probably recommend that we take the recommendation as a whole, unless any other members consider it necessary to divide it.
Could I say something?
Wonder where you were then. Joanna, yes, speak.
Yes, the decision will be a split decision as it is, because we are approving, I am recommending the approval of the removal of T1, but am recommending the refusal of the Crown reduction to T3. So it will be a split decision, and so we could, one vote could be to agree and one vote could be to disagree, and in which case it probably wouldn't be a split decision, because we would be refusing both or approving both.
Okay, that's fine, Joanna. Don't say any more. That's enough. I'm clear. So the thing is, we're not at that stage yet. So you've made a proposal, Councillor Bennett. You're going to need a seconder, and we're going to need to vote on it. So is there a seconder to Councillor Bennett's proposal? No. Okay, that proposal falls, and in that case, we'll go to the recommendation. Toby, can you have the recommendation, please?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So the recommendations set out on page 97 of the officer report, that is to approve the removal of T1 subject to the planning conditions as set out at paragraph 8.14, and to refuse the Crown reduction of T3 for the reason as set out below.
So all those in favour of that recommendation?
That's all, Chair.
So the recommendation is approved. Thank you very much. Thank you to the speaker, Peter, for coming, and thank you, Joanna. It's now just after 1, so I think we need to take a break now for lunch. So I apologise to the speaker that's come for the next item, but we normally take a break around about an hour. So if we come back at 1:35, and then we'll do the next item. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back to the afternoon session. We've had a short lunch break, so the next item is item 8, Cambridge Snooker and Pool Centre. Dean Scrivener is the case officer. We have one speaker, Hussein, who's here in the room. Hello, welcome. And so when we're ready, we'll do that, and you can speak at the end, Hussein. Councillor Bajan, yes.
Chair, I have to declare that I have been a little bit involved in getting this process for this application into the planning situation. It's no way has it affected the way I feel about anything. I've got no prejudgments, but I just have to admit that I was involved speaking to officers and to the applicant. Thank you.
Councillor Thornborough.
Yes, this application is in my ward, but I'm unfettered in... This is in Petersfield.
The ward is Romsey, Councillor.
Apologies.
It's in my ward, Chair.
Yeah, okay. And so, Councillor Bajan, you didn't want to check anything with the legal officer, your consent to make your own declaration? Yeah. Thank you very much. Good. Okay, in that case then, Dean, would you like to present the item, please?
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, it's a bit quiet, Dean. I don't know if you can hold the microphone up a bit more or something like that.
Is that better?
It's better, thank you.
Yep. Okay, let me just share my screen. Can I just confirm that you can see that, Chair?
So if you project your voice as if you're speaking to the back of the chamber might be handy as well, but yeah, it's a little bit quiet still, but not too bad, thanks.
Okay. Is that better?
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so this application is for the erection of a new warehouse building and conversion of existing snooker club to be used for industrial processes, general industrial use and storage and distribution use following the demolition of an existing dwelling house on the site.
Okay, stop a minute, Dean. It's too quiet. You're going to have to do something different.
Okay. Right, hold on. I'll take
Yeah,
the headphones
just
out.
get that. You haven't got headphones then at all you can use?
Is that better?
Not particularly, no. Again?
Is that better now?
Yeah, that's what I think. Just sort of slightly shout a bit, but not shout, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
We've got a hearing loop in here and we need to make sure it's working right, you know? Thanks.
Okay. So the site is located within the Coldham Road industrial estate, which covers all of these buildings within this area here. The site is located here. The site backs onto Coldham's Common, which is here, which is designated green belt, protected open space, and a local nature reserve. The site is accessed via Coldham's Road, which runs along here and is connected to Coldham's Lane at this junction here. And there's a main railway line which runs along here. So this is the existing site. So this is the existing snooker club building here, which is no longer used, hasn't been used since mid to late 2019. This is the existing dwelling on the site, which I believe is abandoned. It doesn't seem to be anyone living there. Has very poor amenity space or no amenity space at all. And this is all like derelict hard landscaping. So the site itself is pretty derelict and not in use at the moment. So these are the existing floor plans. So this is the existing snooker club, just showing the general layout, what it used to be when it was in use. And this is the existing dwelling here. This is the existing mezzanine floor plan of the building, just showing the upper floor, which is there. This is the existing front elevation. So this is looking in towards the site with the main door entrance there. And this is the existing side elevation which fronts onto Coldham's Road from the front of the site. They're just existing section drawings, just to give you an idea of the scale of what's already there. So the proposal intends to create a one-way system which vehicles will enter the site using the existing access points in through here. Vehicles will move around in a circular motion around and exit at the site here. Cycle parking is proposed to the front of the site with a central car parking area in the middle and car parking along this side boundary here. This is the existing building which is to be converted for industrial processes, general industrial and storage and distribution. There are some minor extensions which are proposed, which are along here to incorporate some office storage, toilet facilities and kitchen facilities for future workers. And this is the new unit at the back here, which is also to be used for industrial processes, general industrial and storage and distribution use. So again, that's just showing the ground floor plans of units 1, 2 and 3, which is the existing building to be converted. And that just shows the floor plan of the new unit set to the rear of the site. These are the proposed elevations. So this is the front elevation of the building to be converted. As you can see, there's no difference in height at all. It's purely just internal works and minor extensions, additional doors to allow vehicles to move in and out, and general upgrade of the doors, the existing access points. This elevation here is taken from Coldham's Road from the front of the site. So this is the side elevation of the existing building to be converted, and this is the new building set to the rear of the site. As you can see, the height of the new building would match that of the existing building already on site. These are the proposed rear and side elevations. So this is looking at the back of the existing building to be converted. These are the minor extensions set to the rear of the building to accommodate the office, toilets and kitchen facilities. And then this is looking at the back of the site. So this is the rear of the new proposed unit, and that's the building to be converted. So this is looking from Bronze Common back into the site. These are the proposed section drawings. So this is no difference in height or scale. It's purely just internal changes. So the main material considerations of principle of development. So given the location of the site as an industrial estate, officers consider that the loss of residential dwelling is not detrimental in this instance, especially given that there's no external amenity for the occupants at the moment, and it's just generally poor in terms of quality of living. And the snooker club ceased in operation in mid to late 2019 and was advertised in local press for prospective purchasers to buy. A marketing exercise has been undertaken, and there's very little interest, and that was expressed by prospective purchasers. There were no snooker club owners interested. There were only 2 prospective purchasers who came forward. I believe they were for a preschool and a dance studio, who didn't decide to buy the site. And there are alternative snooker facilities within Cambridge for existing members to use. So therefore, the loss of the community facility on this site is considered to be offset. Other considerations, the overall scale and design of the proposed development is in keeping with the scale and appearance of neighbouring buildings of the industrial estate and the use, so therefore it's acceptable. The local highway authority and the county transport assessment team have been consulted and raised no objections, and enhanced landscaping, biodiversity measures and sustainable construction are all secured through conditions. So adopting the planning balance, officers consider that the the merits of the scheme outweigh the negatives of the scheme. It provides a use which is more acceptable within the industrial estates. Again, designs in keeping with the neighbouring builds and character of the area. And there is evidence provided which confirms the existing community facility is no longer viable against the loss of the community facility and the loss of residential dwelling. Therefore, officers recommend approve subject to conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Dean. So Hussein, do you want to speak with the microphone at the back there, if that's right, in the middle? That's the place to speak. Yep, and there's a button on the thing in the middle. No, sorry, on the right-hand side that you press and it goes red. And then you've got 3 minutes to speak and half a minute before the end, James ring the bell to let you know you're coming to the end of your time. So when you're ready, Hussein.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you for coming us here to represent our application. The current snooker club, it has been on decline, and it has been on decline for some years now. The previous owners were not able to keep, so it was sold on to our current applicant. He tried to preserve it for some time, but then ended up with almost around 100k debt on this matter, because the people who was trying to run this business were not able to pay their rent, not enough people attending the snooker clubs, and it shows that the snooker club is in decline and it's not really working out in a large scale. Many of the snooker clubs in or around Cambridge, they're either member clubs or you will have a pool table, a smaller pool table within your local pubs where people will have their drinks, food, etc., and then spend their time just playing on the pool table on the time. Such scale it's something that we will not be able to keep or preserve due to its size, nature, and its decline. The times are changing, and when the time changes to this conversion from the snooker club to warehouses, is much suitable within this location as it's in an industrial area. It will allow the area to be more functional and more viable. We had people who came in, but unfortunately due to our planning restriction back in 1980s, it's only allowing the use to be a snooker club and nothing else. So anyone who was interested in this site was requesting to be something else, and mainly to do with industrial storage purposes. So again, this is in decline, and the time we spent on this application, we have carried out pre-application with the council initially in 2020 July. And then received the pre-application report 6 months later, and then we logged the application straight after in April 2021, and since then we have been waiting. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Hussein. Thanks for coming to speak to us. Appreciate that. So you can stay there if you want, or sit back over there, whichever you prefer. There's no other speakers. So debate, let's just clear up the number of snooker clubs, because the speaker and in the report it says, well, in the report it says the third-party representation would say there are no alternative snooker clubs. The speaker says there were. I believe there are 3 snooker clubs in Cambridge, which is just one, the other 2 are WTs and NCI. So is that correct, Dean? There are other options for snooker in Cambridge? Can you just confirm?
Yeah, I can confirm that there are other snooker clubs within Cambridge which the existing members can use. So we feel that the loss of this facility on this site can be offset.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. So debate, councillors. Councillor Pora.
Very much, Chair. Just to be pedantic, I think we're missing the informative on N42 access, which is referred to on paragraph 10.69. I think we need to add that. I had two concerns. The first was we've got the BREEAM conditions for post-construction meeting environmental standards. Is the officer content that these are robust enough? Because obviously I want to make sure that whatever is needed to make them compliant is already accommodated within these plans. The second issue is, obviously, if this is moving to industrial storage use, or I presume fairly broad set of uses, could we add a travel management plan, I think? Because, as you probably know, when you come over Yeah, so when you come over the bridge down towards the swimming pool, Nuffield Health Gym, there's a really, really acute sort of left turn in. And I know it's managed, there are signs saying vehicles, I think, need to go round and come back through. But I would be more comfortable, given that this will be an intensification of larger vehicles, potentially, that we have some kind of management plan to ensure that vehicles visiting the site and going back, I'm sure the applicants will want to make sure their drivers are safe anyway, but I'm just aware that it's a particularly challenging junction if you're in anything larger than a car. So I'd be grateful if officers would consider accepting that. Thank you.
Yeah, good point. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gorthrope-Wood.
Well, I concur with Katie. I'd put down disabled access, question mark. So that's actually in and around the site, into the buildings, the doors, whether they're going to level access or ramps. Traffic, again, access and the width of the lane running outside, the road running outside the site and out and on and out to Colden's Lane, the turning there, especially if this is used for logistics. I note it's quite a broad use class that's being requested here. My other thing was sustainable building. This have very few windows. Is there a reason for that? And making sure that this is an energy efficient building, notwithstanding the fact it's not residential, it should still be as energy efficient as possible. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Just to pick that up, you mentioned the access officer, so it says no objections subject to double doors needing to be powered or have one leaf at least 900 millimetres. All toilet seats need to have one unisex wheelchair accessible toilet, and the mezzanine needs lift access. So that's a question from me for you, Dean, as well. Councillor Thornborough.
Yes, there's a big roof with no photovoltaics on it, and I wondered if we had a policy about site generation of energy.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Pagecroft.
Thank you, Chair. It says about environment, and it says here such as bird and bat boxes. Are there any other ecological things they're going to do? Is there going to be any planting, any plants, any trees, any bushes, any hedges? Do we know anything like that at the moment?
Good point, Councillor. Don't know. We'll find out. Any more? Okay, let's go back to you. Oh, sorry, Councillor Bennett, yeah.
A really query for case officer on the transport issues. I understood there was a GCP proposal to put in a modal filter on Colden's Lane, which would make the warehousing logistics use a bit problematic and add to existing congestion. And I sort of just wanted to query whether that proposal had been abandoned or had been taken into account in a statutory consultee's advice. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I mean, I'll leave it to the case officer or officers to answer your question, but generally the application is considered on its merits on the site that it has, not in terms of how the site might change in the future. So, Dean, can you answer those questions, please?
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, could I just ask Councillor Pora to repeat her questions because the connection broke up slightly. I think she mentioned something about the BREEAM conditions, but I wasn't quite sure. Could I just ask Councillor Pora to...
Sure, go ahead then, Councillor Paul.
Yeah, there were two bits. Paragraph 10.28, where we're talking about imposing the BREEAM certification later. I was just asking if you're satisfied that that can be achieved with the buildings as they are on the plan, just to make sure. And the second point was a travel management plan. I think that's the right word for it, because I'm very mindful that larger vehicles, which will need to do a very sharp back left turn to get in, need to understand how to use that junction properly, because there's signage advising them to go on and turn round at a later point, I think. So I want to be satisfied that if this obviously does move from predominantly car use to vans and lorries, that is going to be managed by the developer and any people in there. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, back to you then, Dean.
Okay, thank you for that. Just on the BREEAM conditions, obviously policy 28 of the local plan requests buildings which are not residential use. They should be striving for excellence BREEAM standards of construction. So, I mean, it's more probably relatable to the proposed new warehouse buildings set to the rear of the site, as opposed to the conversion of the existing building. So officers are confident that the proposal can achieve that. It was also requested by the sustainability officer, who I had a discussion with at the time, and we were quite confident that that can be achieved on that. The travel management plan condition, I am happy to accept that, given that the that junction is quite tight. I was slightly surprised that the county transport assessment team didn't impose a condition at the time. So yes, I'm happy to accept that if members want that to be added onto the condition list. And the access arrangements, apologies, that should have been added onto that as an informative, which doesn't appear to have been on there, so I'll add that on, so I'm happy to put that on. The lack of windows was mentioned in the buildings. I mean, it is purely for industrial process, industrial uses. So, I mean, the main sort of use of the buildings will be purely for vehicles to enter the buildings, drop off what they need to do, and then come back out. So it's not like an office building as such, where it's primarily offices for people to work in. So having light into office buildings is required. So I feel that the lack of windows is not really considered to be a detrimental impact on part of the proposal. There was a question about back boxes. There are conditions imposed requesting hard and soft landscaping, that we will secure details via conditions. So the applicant will be required to submit those details to us for assessment. So we'll make sure that there is sufficient amount of soft landscaping incorporated into the proposals. And in terms of back boxes, there is also a condition for ecological enhancements, which is also imposed or recommended on the condition list. And there's also a biodiversity net gain condition where the applicant will have to demonstrate a net gain of biodiversity on site or elsewhere. So we're happy to go with that. Regarding the GCP proposals, I'm not aware of what the latest situation is on that. I mean, the application is assessed on its own merits, as you know, and obviously we've been in contact with, or we've consulted the Highway Authority and the County Transport Assessment team, who haven't raised any concerns with that. So, we can't really, it'd be unreasonable to refuse the application on a future situation which may not come forward. I think that was it, but apologies if I've missed anything.
Okay, thanks, Dean. I don't know if you turn your camera off for a reason or anything, save space online, but nice to see you. So that condition you mentioned that was brought up by Councillor Bora, I think, about travel plan, do we feel that needs to come to Chair, Vice Chair and Spokes, or not saying anything much? Dean, do you feel that that would need to come to Vice Chair, Chair and Spokes, or can we just do that now, subject to approval?
Subject to what Toby thinks, but I feel that we can do that under, officers can deal with that condition.
No one's saying anything different, that's fine then. Just the other thing on the hard and soft landscape, as brought up by Councillor Page-Croft, very good. Yeah, I think that's very appropriate, and as the applicant is here as well, it might be nice to consider that in conjunction with people who are working on site, so that they've got a nice environment to work in and perhaps have their lunch outside or something with a, you know, table or something, they, what do they call them, sort of picnic table that they have in pubs or something that you can sit under a tree and get a bit of fresh air, you know, when you're working. Might be. Anything else, anyone? Oh, Councillor Bagent.
Yes, Chair, thank you very much. When this first came to my notice, it was because I was approached by people that wanted to keep the snooker club. And I did make some investigations and found that whilst people were saying they wanted the snooker club, nobody had actually ever used it for years. And so I think that it's quite acceptable for a change of use. I think that it's a bit out of the way for 21st century people to be going off to play snooker. So I think that is, as far as I'm concerned, of little concern. I'm pleased to see it being turned into this sort of industrial usage, because we know from the planning processes operating within the council that we need more warehousing, workshops and things like that in this city. So I think that's a jolly good idea. I'd share the view about large vehicles, but of course the whole area is used by large vehicles. So anything that it's not the GCP, it's the county council who are looking at modal filters on this road. Anything they do will have to take into account the large vehicles using something like 50 or 60 premises around that area, all of which are big and big industrial moving. So I think that the whole thing is a move forward, and to see some greening up of the area will be a real improvement, because it's a bit of an industrial wasteland, really. Although it's very productive and is used by a lot of people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gorsuch-Wood.
I just wanted to pick up, it was Councillor Thornborough's point about the roof and PV panels. And on the new block, you know, could we ensure that the sustainable building standards are brought forward? Or that is, you know, is built in a sustainable way, either with green roof or green roof plus PV, or even solar thermal hot water for the loos. Thank you. Okay. And I'd like that on the existing building too.
Thanks, Councillor. So PV panels, photovoltaic panels. Councillor Pora.
I forgot to change my... It's a slightly odd question. The little house that's left, I mean, I'm not objecting to it going. Is there any reason it is still there, and should we be making some kind of note of it? Because it's a very random... It seems to me there must be an interesting story behind it. It's not a planning consideration, but I know sometimes we do ask for investigations just to see why. It's very odd. And it's obviously been there for many decades by the looks of it.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, right, back to you then, Dean.
The request regarding PV panels, we can put an informative on to encourage the applicant to make use of PV panels if members feel that that's necessary. I mean, obviously we've put the condition on requesting BREEAM certificates, which will secure the sustainable construction of the building. But you know, if members want an informative, we can put an informative on That's okay. And the query regarding the house is really strange. Don't quite know the backstory of it. I'm guessing it may have been constructed in connection with maybe the use of the railway line, maybe. But I've been on site a couple of times. It doesn't seem that anyone's living there at the moment. But yeah, it's completely out of character, out of context, and it's an inappropriate location for a house. So yeah, officers are of the view that its removal is acceptable.
Okay, thank you. Something else. There was one thing earlier on, the N42 access informative that somebody said wasn't there. So is that there now? Are we going to, you mention that, Toby, when you do the recommendation? Yeah, okay. Anything else? Are we done? I think we're done then. So let's have the recommendation then, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 122 of the officer reports. The recommendation is to approve, subject to the planning conditions as set out, subject to an additional condition in terms of a travel management plan condition, the wording to be delegated to officers, subject to an additional informative in relation to access arrangements and an additional informative in relation to PV panels and their use.
Thank you. So the recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
Seven.
That's unanimous. So the item is approved. So thank you to the speaker and to Officer Dean. Thanks very much. So moving on, next item is item 9, land at Tedder Way. We've got one speaker on this, Natalie Bailey, Acting Senior Development Manager, Housing Development Agency Project Manager. That's a long title. And hello, Natalie, nice to meet you. Good afternoon. So if you sort of turn your camera off for the minute, we'll have the presentation from the officer and then you speak after that. All right? So, Mike, you're the officer, so if you want to present the item then, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can everyone see the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so the application site comprises of hard standing, which is located to the northwest of Tedder Way, which is indicated with the star symbol on the screen. This planning application seeks plan permission for the construction of a single-storey, 4-bedroom, wheelchair-adapted bungalow for a family who are currently supported by SEND, Specialist Housing Advice Service at Cambridgeshire County Council. This planning application has arrived at Planning Committee today because the application site is owned by Cambridge City Council and they are also the applicant of this planning application. This planning application is recommended for approval, subject to conditions within the officer's report. On the next slide, you can just see a further aerial view of the application site to give you some context. Once again, the application site is indicated with a red star. This is the existing site, currently being used as overspill car park in the local neighbourhood. Predominantly hard standing and vegetation around the boundaries of the site. On the slide in front of you now is the site location. And in front of you now, on the next slide, is the proposed block plan, which identifies the built form of the bungalow in comparison to the residential neighbours, 4A, 5A and 5B Tedder Way, and the amenity space surrounding the property. Here are the proposed elevations of the bungalow. excuse me, for everyone to see. And the proposed floor plan, as said, this application is recommended for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. Mike. Natalie, you've got 3 minutes to speak. You're speaking on behalf of the scheme, so when you're ready. Actually, Mike, do you want to just...
Thank you.
Hang on, Natalie. Take the display off, Mike, so we can see just Natalie, not you in it. So she's the speaker at the moment. Yeah, okay, that'll do. Thanks.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, all fine.
Brilliant, thank you. So this application has been made by the council in response to a pressing and increasing need for larger wheelchair adapted family homes for rent in this area. The SEND advisor that I contacted whilst making this application confirmed there are currently no M43 4-bedroom bungalows of this tenure in Cambridge. The council is committed to continuing with its own new build housing programme and to build new house types that will better meet the overall mix of affordable housing needed in the future. As evidenced by the Housing Register, in most cases, the need for larger wheelchair adapted accommodation currently remains unmet for a period of years. This puts extra strain on the families involved and increased pressure across housing, health and social care services. Eventually, families may be forced to move elsewhere, leaving behind their support network. Whilst the need that we seek to address is acute, in making our application, we have been mindful of the impact on local residents. Our application is for a single-storey dwelling in order to mitigate concerns by overlooking and overshadowing of neighbouring properties. We feel the proposed bungalow is in keeping with the surrounding properties in terms of scale and appearance. In order to reduce the impact on parking within Tedaway, we are proposing to incorporate 2 parking spaces, one of which could be used by a carer. This number of spaces is more than we would usually include for a dwelling of this size and in this location. There's also a cycle store located just inside the side gate and a wheelchair storage or transfer space inside. The internal dimensions and therefore the overall footprint of the bungalow is relatively large, as is required to reach M43 wheelchair user standards. Whilst the garden size is modest against the footprint of the property, feedback from families via the SEND advisor indicates that on balance, they would prioritise the internal features of a home that meet their child's needs over the garden size. Our application offers sufficient space for wheelchair users and their family to enjoy the outdoors. There is space for planting and a small area of lawn where play equipment could be located. In terms of sustainability, the bungalow is anticipated to be gas-free. The heating system will incorporate air source heat pumps for heating and hot water, together with a hot water store with wastewater heat recovery. Solar panels will be utilised for energy generation. As we've just heard, the application site currently comprises of an area of hard standing with some neglected vegetation along the boundaries. Given that our application is for one dwelling only, we have not initially submitted a biodiversity statement. It is our intention to provide a scheme of ecological enhancement at the next stage. Our design and access statement outlined a number of proposed measures for the garden and boundary treatments that would both increase the biodiversity of the site and the aesthetic appeal.
You're coming to an end then, Natalie. I think it's nearly coming to the end of 3 minutes
Oh,
now.
have I run out of time? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Right, so just before we start debate, just what do I want to say, clarify. Shall I come back to my points later? Any debate, everyone? Anyone? Yes, Councillor Bacon.
Chair, I'm concerned, well not concerned, I'm interested in access. If they're currently, it's used as an overflow car park by the surrounding properties, which one can well understand, that will need to cease when this development goes in, because any access to the bungalow by public service vehicles or even the actual applicants may well be obstructed by people that insist on their right to park where they've always parked. And I think that we should consider it being double yellow lined all the way down, or some way of restricting that traffic. I also would like to draw attention, I have an answer to that. How will the rubbish bins be collected? Will a disabled occupant be expected to move them all the way up to the main road or will the dust cart come down? And if it comes down, will it be able to turn round when it gets there? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Just before I go on, Natalie, perhaps you could turn your camera off. You're welcome to stay for the item, but
Yeah.
we'll just have the case officer on screen at the moment. Thanks. So, who wants to speak? Councillor Pora.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's obviously welcome to have more adaptable, accessible housing, but obviously it is a council development. We need to scrutinise it, as I think Councillor Dryden pointed out at an earlier item. I have some slight concerns about the garden size. So I'd be grateful if the officer could confirm that it is decent, because obviously I understand that for this particular tenant, that might be what their needs are at the moment. But the point is this house is going to be there for a long time, and we don't know which tenants will be in the future. So I just would like some reassurance, because the way the report is phrased, it almost suggests that because of one particular user, having a small garden is fine. I don't think that's necessarily the intention. But I would want some reassurance that, given that it is a large home with both wheelchair users and able-bodied people, that there's enough for just to protect future immunity, as we would do for any development, because other people with disabilities may move in who have different needs and who could do more in the garden. Could I just check the condition 16 on biodiversity net gain? It's one of the older ones. It doesn't specify the 10%. I don't know whether officers are happy with that or whether we can be rigorous. I would hope with the developer that they would be doing a decent amount of biodiversity net gain, but I think it's important to be as up to date as we can. And I just wondered if the officer could comment on, there's a mention in paragraph 1040 of the overhang to someone's garage, so just confirm and show us on the plan maybe that that definitely doesn't affect car access. And finally, with the bike stores, can I check there is space for an adapted bike? Because obviously that is very likely to be used potentially for people who need an M43 compliant house. So obviously I think the bicycle store should take that into account. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Just to clarify, your use of the word decent was, I suppose, in a colloquial sense as opposed to decent home standard.
Adequate is probably what I would say. I'd just say if this were not for this particular household, would we still be arguing the same, that the garden is big enough? Because the way it was phrased sort of suggested that was different.
Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. Considering the shortage of 4-bedroom houses for disabled applicants, locally, I think we can assume that it will always be occupied by at least one wheelchair using occupants. But I do wish to mention that it's not always the same occupants, and that if you have wheelchair using parents, it's quite hard to actually escort children to public play spaces, and the sort of local play amenity on the property is therefore more important. I'd also welcome the comment made by Councillor Porrer about adapted bikes, and would also say if there is any wheelchair transfer space, that it is actually accessible by somebody who may not have particularly good hand-eye coordination. And I mention this rather embarrassingly because I'm such a user myself, and in general time, in most cases, I can't use the standard transfer spaces. Thank you.
Well, I don't think you need to be embarrassed about that, Councillor. It's good to have the point raised here in committee. Any more points, Councillor Gawthrept-Wood?
Well, my first point follows on really from what Councillor Bennett is saying. This is going to be built by the council as council housing. What happens is do the people have the right to buy? That's my interest. It's not really a planning issue, but I did wonder, because thinking future use of this, I'm a little bit concerned about whether the open space is adequate, because I'm just thinking how far it is to nearby parks. And we're talking probably a 10-minute walk up to St Albans Rec, further to get down Histon Road to the rec there, and similarly over to Arbury Park, Arbury Town Park, and I can't think of any offhand that are closer. I note that I think it's number 30 Roseford Road appears to have a gate onto the existing, well, onto the land. Now, do they have any right of way? I actually rather hope not. And I know perfectly well in Roseford Road there's plenty of parking at the front of the houses and garages, but they seem to have got some garages there at the end of their very long rear gardens, or this particular house has. And I also note that number 4 has extended on what would normally be, seems to be all around this area, a certain amount of not confusion, but it's a lack of clarity on who owns these corners of where there's a bend, and they have built right over that, so that it is noted in here, but that might make the access a bit more difficult. And I also noticed the red line comes quite a way out of the site onto the road, or it looks like that on the site plan. And I think that's where it has to be made clear to residents that they shouldn't, where they need to park. There isn't a huge amount of parking pressure around there. I say that as someone who lives in the area. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, I think we're almost done now. I'll just add a couple of points. So yes, I concur with the number 4 Tedder Way situation. So there's a sensitive boundary there, I think. Perhaps you could just tell us how the applicant's site will relate to that site. And the M43 classification, I did ask before about whether there were space standards required, a greater space standard. I think the speaker did say that they did, but I was given the impression by officers that wasn't the case. Perhaps you could just speak to that, but also I note that anyway it's 157 square metres, whereas the requirement for this size of house is 99 square metres, so 58 square metres bigger. And there's no report from the access officer, which I might have expected, or am I not to expect that because it's this sort of house and it's meant to be all fine, but it might have been good to have that underlined by the access officer. Okay, back to you then for the answers, please, Mike.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, there's a lot of questions there. So let's start with the first councillor that raised concerns about the loss of the parking that's actually on the application site. So in my opinion, yes, the hard standing is being used as an overspill for car parking, but essentially I don't think that would be allowed because the people that park on that site don't own the land. So obviously they've just benefited that over the years. In terms of double yellow lines, that's something that we wouldn't get involved in. Effectively, the dwelling itself would need to provide at least one car parking space for the proposed bungalow. In this instance, it provides 2, so that's actually exceeding what's expected in that instance. So in terms of parking impact on the local area, I'm satisfied that the dwelling will cater enough. Obviously, there will be more on-street parking as a result of the removal of the people benefiting from parking on the site at the moment, but there's not a lot we can do about that. In terms of the rubbish bin collection, obviously that is always on the onus of the applicant or the future occupier to do that. We wouldn't condition that in any form, apart from the rubbish not being located on a public highway. So effectively, I'm not sure how severe the occupiers are, but my assumption that would be that a carer, family members would have to do that on their behalf. There was a question on right to buy. As stated, that's not a planning matter, so we wouldn't get involved in that. There was a variety of concerns around the garden size, and originally I did raise concerns about this, and the applicant has made a justification on why the garden isn't up to the standards of the Cambridgeshire local plan. So effectively what's happened is that the Cambridgeshire, sorry, I do apologise, the Special Education Needs and Disabilities, which is abbreviated for SENDS, have came up with justification that when speaking to occupiers of this nature, they don't desire to have a large garden because it's hard for them to maintain, whereby they would prefer interior, a larger interior, which is acceptable. So therefore, the need of the future occupiers of this dwelling is given more weight in terms of meeting the standard garden size of the area. And so I'm satisfied in that respect. Another question was raised in terms of effectively the future occupiers of the dwelling. This house will be for disabled occupiers for the future, because it'll be effectively run by Cambridge City Council. So in terms of disabled occupiers always living in there, that's going to happen. In terms of the garden size being small, PD rights have been removed so that the future occupiers of the house can't extend without planning permission, so that also preserves the size of the garden. Another question in terms of the bike storage, obviously lack of information on this has been provided, so I believe condition 15 has required the applicant to provide further details on this matter. It is acknowledged that that condition can be reworded to cater for, I think the wording was used, adaptable bike storage, so I'm more than happy to get that condition. In terms of the red line, obviously we have to go as plan officers of what is submitted by the applicant. So in terms of this development, the red line appears to be lawful. There's been no disputes from neighbours, so I'm satisfied. In terms of the access officer, they weren't consulted on the matter. In hindsight, potentially should have, but given the level of detail that has been provided, I'm satisfied that the parameters of rooms, doorways are satisfactory standard for a disabled occupier. I think I have got to explain the overhang of the objector. So let me just get the PowerPoint presentation for you. So can everyone see the PowerPoint presentation?
No, not yet.
It would help if I shared my screen. I do apologise.
It's the afternoon, never mind. See the presentation now. Proposed block.
Okay, perfect. So I'm just going to zoom in. So effectively, number 30 has a garage which is located here, and clearly benefits from access onto the application site. I'm not sure whether they have access over the site. This could be the situation, but effectively what the applicant has done with the proposal is considered their situation, whereby you can see this corner here overhangs the access to the garage. Just want to point out, this is only the roof, this isn't the internal walls, so effectively the walls won't be going onto this arch here, so that wouldn't prevent a a vehicle going into a single garage in that respect. I think I may have answered all the questions. If there's anything else that I haven't, please ask, as there's a lot of information to digest then.
Thank you very much, Mike. The hands have gone up. We have other questions, yeah. So, Councillor Payes-Croft.
Thank you, Chair. It's not actually a question, it's just to let the officer know that if somebody has a problem with their bins, the council do a collect and return service, so they don't have to worry about putting the bins out. The council will do that for them, as long as they let the council know.
Thank you, Councillor. Who's next? Councillor Lawthorpe-Wood, yeah?
Right. Yeah, this is again about the access to 30 Roseford Road. Do they have a right of way over this site? Are they actually, I mean, I'm a bit doubtful as to whether they really are using that gate anyway at the moment, but it's really, what kind of right of way do they have? Do they have a legal right of way? They don't own the land.
Yeah, good point. When you look on Google Earth, it doesn't look like it's used. It looks like more of a fence than a gate, and I can't see much use of it, but that might be a civil matter. Did someone else have their hand up? Yes, Councillor Borer.
Thank you, Chair. I'm getting a little more worried about the garden now, because the officer actually said it wasn't compliant with the local plan. Now, my understanding is, you know, and I look at it now, and is there room for chairs and tables? And I take Councillor Bennett's point that, you know, there'll be, if there's children in the house who, well, either wheelchair users or not, we need amenity space. And again, it comes back to that thing, it's a council development. I welcome more M43 homes, of course I do, and I'm on the housing committee as well, I'm well aware of the need. But at the moment, I'm thinking with my unbiased hat on, we've got 2 parking spaces here, way in front of the bicycle storage. We don't appear to have cargo bike storage, I don't think the officer's mentioned that yet. We've got bins further back, we've got a very small garden, which is worrying me, because the developer came to us and said, well, the people moving in don't need amenity space, that's why I'm not doing it. I mean, I agree we give weight to the needs of the Equalities Act, of course we do, but this is future amenity as well, and I'm quite concerned about, for example, we've designed an access so that someone can use an access gate to their garden that might not even be a garage, which actually means we can't put the bins there. Because my next thought was going to be, why not put the bins and the cycle storage at the front? I would be grateful for officers' views, I don't know whether it's Mike or Toby, but whether, for example, the bins and the cycle stores could be reviewed through condition and tried to move forward. The other obvious place to put them is by the, it's described as the DDA parking, I think that means the accessible parking. Whether that space could move slightly nearer to the house, whether that would still allow doors to open, etc., for people to exit the vehicle. But at the moment, I'm quite uncomfortable with this at the moment, because I think we as a council need to hold ourselves to the same standards, and we also need to make sure people living in this house have room to play. Because I can see obviously the ramp access in the rear garden, but I'm not sure, there's no indication of how big a chair and table would be, whether that greenery is going to basically encroach on all of the lawn. So I am concerned about this. But equally, I do not want to stop a house being built that's accessible and desperately needed, but we need to make sure it's right for the next 50 to 100 years, and not just the next few years. So I'd be grateful for the officer's comments on that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Baden.
I think Councillor Borer makes a really important point. It's good to get disabled houses or bungalows. It's really progressive to think that we're doing this. But that doesn't need to be at a cost for the inhabitants. I think that this needs to be looked at seriously, and if the garden is not up to our required standards, then we must send it back. I also remain concerned about the occupants being blocked in by cars that have used that area for car parking. And I don't think it's right that we should say, oh, we'll leave this for a civil matter. We need to probably try and find a way of putting in place safeguards so that these inhabitants will be able to get in and out without a difficulty. Bearing in mind, that they may be totally wheelchair dependent and not able to just leave a car somewhere and carry on. So I think those 2 points are really, really important, and maybe we need to send this back.
Councillor Thornborough?
I wondered if a landscape condition, a hard and soft landscape condition, which would include the bike and bin storage, could be added and cover that aspect, although I think the preventing cars parking and blocking an access, that I think a police matter, not a planning matter.
Thank you. Oh God, there's lots more questions. Councillor Bennett.
You slightly contradict what I said earlier, and we're all very aware of the current cost of living crisis, which impacts particularly on disabled residents. And certainly a large garden which needs somebody else to maintain it is a significant cost pressure. I am told that I have some residents who do garden from their wheelchair, but certainly I couldn't do it. I'm aware that we have some sort of support services for council tenants who are disabled with gardening, but given our sort of current financial crisis as a council, I don't see we can be confident that those would continue. So I actually withdraw my comment about children's play spaces in the garden. I also note that there is a front porch which would actually adapt well to either an e-trike charging point or a mobility scooter charging point, and also sort of withdraw my comment about the wheelchair transfer space in those circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's get Toby to come in at the moment.
Chair, just to try and just guide the debate, if I can, around the amount of private space, external private space afforded. There is no, within our local plan, there is no definitive quantum of space that needs to be provided in relation to dwellings. It is a matter of judgment. When I was looking at this originally before it came to committee, I was a bit worried about how tight it potentially was. What I've kind of noted, having looked at it further, is actually if you look at the width of the plot, it's almost a double width plot. So whilst it might be kind of narrow in one dimension, actually it's quite long in another. I've just done a kind of brief calculation. It's something like, I reckon, about 6.5 metres deep by 15 metres wide, which gives you something kind of just shy of 100 square metres. And looking at the plans, what they've done is they've kind of subdivided it into hard patio and soft landscaping. And the patio, which takes up, maybe even half of that rear space, leads on from living room and kitchen areas. So I think if you were kind of utilising that dwelling, actually your access into and out of that space would be quite nice. You'll probably be able to borrow some depth of landscaping from the adjacent gardens that back onto it, but it's also kind of quite wide. So I'm kind of reassured, thinking about it in the whole, that actually the arrangement is probably okay in terms of our policies and judgment.
Right, okay, that's very useful, Toby, thank you. So if we were to refuse the officer recommendation on the basis of garden size, we wouldn't really have a policy to back us up on that particular argument. So more questions. Councillor Pagecroft.
Not a question as such, another observation. To the entrance to the property, could we not get the county council to do a nice big white H, because that would stop people parking there, would give them access in and out. Also, a friend of mine who's spina bifida in a wheelchair, She would love something like this because she would be able to get herself out, she'd be able to sit on the patio, she wouldn't have much gardening to do, she could plant up with stuff that doesn't need a lot of work done to it, and this would be heaven for her where she's living in a London flat. So this is actually a bit of a godsend, because if you have got a disability, you can't do the gardening, full stop.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Councillor Porro.
Thank you. That's very useful, actually, Toby, because that was my... Initially, I thought it was probably all right, but then when Mike had mentioned the officers had said that it was not compliant, which is what rang some alarm bells for me. I think if it is... I think we probably need to think a bit about the landscaping conditions, because the picture there suggests that there's kind of lots of bushes that maybe need maintenance, and actually, I don't know, it's something I think maybe we could... either we need to be sure that it can be managed by the tenants, or we have means to make sure they've got some help. My concerns now, in effect, are still with the bins partially, although they could be collected, but particularly with the parking. So I think for me, I would really want some very strong reassurance that we've got adaptable bike parking spaces, and whether Toby and Mike feel it would be appropriate, because I'm not really happy with where the cycle parking is, because it's completely not compliant with our idea that it's meant to be a priority above the cars. I understand for the accessible space, obviously that needs to be where it is. But I wonder what officers' views are on whether we could, via, for example, a condition, have some kind of slightly more robust cycle parking area that does incorporate cargo bike parking, preferably further forward if we can achieve that. And I know we have done that on other sites where we've had a condition that said, officers to work with them to make sure there's somewhere better. Because again, we really want this to be a sustainable site for both wheelchair users and non-wheelchair users.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Councillor. We are going to come back to you eventually, Mike. Hold on in there. Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood.
Again, this is really an observation. First of all, I mean, this bill does remind me very much of another M43 bungalow up in King's Hedges, and including the size of the garden, and that seems to be very successful. The other thing is, two things. The site at the moment has a huge amount of ivy on it, I know. I think I've got some of their ivy. And a lot of the houses, most of the houses in that cul-de-sac do have on off-road parking. So we're only talking about 2 or 3 cars that are currently parking there. I think having an H sign would be a very good idea. Thanks.
Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to comment that the bike shed on the plan would be suitable for, say, a carer, visiting carer, or able-bodied family members, and would no doubt be very useful there. But I think anybody who needs an e-trike, an adapted bike, or a mobility scooter is going to want to use the covered porch, because of the covered porch mitigates the fall risk. And I understand that HIA are prepared to fit a power point and a socket if it's actually part of the structure, which it would be if it's on the porch. So I do think that bike problem is actually mitigated quite well by the current sign.
Thank you. Okay, Mike, any answers? Not, they weren't all questions, I realise.
Okay, first of all, I need to apologise for the confusion. When I reverted to saying that the garden was not up to the standard of the Cambridge local plan, I obviously got confused with the South Cambridgeshire local plan there. So just to confirm, Toby's covered that, so apologies for the confusion. Obviously, the garden amenity space is on a judgment, so once again, sorry for the confusion. A question was asked about the access to the site in relation to number 30, whether they have rights of way. There's no evidence presented to me that they have. If they have, this would be a civil matter if they have access over the site. But as you can see from the design of the proposal, to mitigate any issues with this neighbouring occupier, the applicant has considered retaining the access to the rear garage. I think, to be honest with you, in terms of the bike condition, that can be reworded, and I would support a softer landscaping condition. In terms of the complete removal of the bike storage, I'm not sure if that can be done by a condition because that's technically a redesign. Toby, could you elaborate on that if that's possible, please?
I think, Mike, these are generally speaking temporary structures. It should be capable of being accommodated within a condition without prejudicing actually what's applied for.
Okay, thank you, Toby. I think I have answered all the questions. Have I missed anything?
Any questions, councillors, that weren't answered? No? Okay, looks like we're all done then, Mike. Thank you. Thanks very much. In that case, the recommendation then, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 139 of the officer report. That is to approve planning permission subject to conditions and subject to the revision of condition 15 to include reference to adaptable bike storage, and subject to an additional hard and soft landscaping condition to include bin, cycle signage, their designs and locations, amongst other matters. Those conditions to be delegated to officers, Chair.
Thanks, Toby. So the recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
All 7 present, Chair.
Okay, that's unanimous. So thank you very much for that. The item is approved. And thank you to the speaker, Natalie, and thanks, Mike. So Natalie, you've obviously been here and listened to the debate, so it's very useful for you going forward with further things that might come to committee, vis-a-vis the conversations about the garden space and size and all those sorts of things. So thanks for coming to talk to the item. Councillor Thornborough.
I've got a comment about not this last application, but the one before. About we made a recommendation which included M42. That's actually for residential buildings. This is non-residential, and it's M1, M2 and M3 are the relevant building regs documents. I don't know if we can amend what we agreed.
Very good, Councillor. Yeah. So, Toby, do you want to tackle that now or have a think about it?
I did note the reference, which is why when I read out my recommendation, I didn't refer to M42 specifically, but access provisions generally. So that's noted, Councillor. I assure you I've made a scribble down here.
Okay, thanks for bringing that to our attention, Councillor Thornborough. Now, councillors, we've got one more item. There are no public speakers. We're not keeping anyone waiting. Do you want to have a 5-minute break before we do it, or do you want to just plough on? Yes? Okay, 5-minute break then, so come back at just after 5 to 3. Thank you. all here, councillors, please. Okay, welcome back after the short break. So last item of the day, item 10, 109 Milton Road. There are no speakers on this item. Phoebe is the case officer. So do you want to introduce the item now, please, Phoebe?
Can you see my presentation?
Yes, you can see it.
The first comment I have to make is that we need to alter condition 27. Within the report in paragraph 6.61, it stated permission development right should be removed for Class C to prevent windows in the roof, which could lead to overlooking. But unfortunately, Class D was put in instead. So I've just put up here a rewording of a condition to remove Class C, which essentially reads that no windows of any kind other than those expressly authorised by this permission shall be constructed in the roof slopes of the dwelling unless they are obscure glazed and non-opening. This is just to prevent any overlooking, so apologies for that error. So the site is 109 Milton Road, which is currently is land to the rear, so it's this area just in here, the green patch, and this garage in here, which falls within the curtilage of a shop premises at number 109 Milton Road, which falls within the Arbury Road and Milton Road local centre. The local centre has a defined character of commercial units at the ground floor with residential flats to the first floor. The character of these units has changed, unlike the surrounding residential streets, with the rear gardens being redeveloped into additional housing and development whilst retaining the existing commercial units and residential first floors. So, for example, this site here has been is 1 to 1.5 storey commercial warehousing. You've got tucked in the back here, you've got 2-storey flats. And in here, it's also been extended, as you can see. Here's a aerial view of the site, which again shows the adjacent plot at 111, which has extended the full depth of the plot, and the other extensions more locally here off Milton Road and here. And this is all the local centre. This is the first unit of the local centre, which extends up to the co-op here, and then starts again, and the shops down here, and starts up on Arbury Road. And the proposal site at the moment, the rear garden, is fairly unused, with the boundaries in fairly poor state of repair or missing entirely. And this metal staircase here is the access to the first floor flat. So as I stated in the previous slides, the principle of backland development behind this local centre has been established previously, and therefore housing in this location is considered to be acceptable and in accordance with policy. The application seeks planning permission for a single-storey, 3-bed, 6-person dwelling with associated development. In addition, cycle and refuse storage has been included for the shop and residential unit. And an amenity area for the flat is proposed, which I'll show in later slides. The application has been brought forward to planning committees because of objections from a neighbouring resident. The proposal complies with the internal space standards, building control regs M42, and has provided an acceptable level of external amenity space. The application, so this is the elevation of the side elevation. So this again here is the access to the first floor flat. There's a single parking space attached to the proposed dwelling. It's proposed with a monopitch roof, which is going to be a green roof with the garden to the rear. The eaves height of the dwelling is 2.7 metres, extending up to a ridge height of 4.1 metres along the boundary with 111 Milton Road, which minimises the impact on the adjacent dwellings due to the warehousing already to the rear garden of 111. So this is the sort of front and rear elevation. So this is onto the amenity area, and here is the front onto the car parking. To the rear of the property is Ellis House, which is a residential care home, which is 3 stories in height. The proposal is set back quite significantly behind 109 Milton Road, and it will have minimal visibility from the street scene, as not considered to be prominent or out of context with the surrounding pattern of development. The materials have been conditioned to ensure that they are acceptable for the unit. Due to the siting and scale, the proposed development is considered to adequately respect neighbouring occupiers in terms of overlooking, overshadowing, visual dominance, and the proposal will be in keeping with the character of the area. There is considered to be sufficient external space. So this is here, so the garden here is about 54 square metres to the rear, and there's refuse storage here and cycle storage down the side passageway. This side passageway at the narrowest is 1.4 metres in width, and officers consider there is sufficient space down the side, access for 3 cycle spaces, which is the requirement of the local plan. There's also a cycle storage for either the flat or the shop unit, and also again here another secure cycle parking for either the shop or the flat, and refuge storage for the retail and flat has been provided here. There's an enclosed amenity space here which is provided for the flat. The current garden doesn't appear to be used by either the shop or flat, and no cycle or refuge park storage is provided in shelter, so there will be an improvement to the current situation. The site is in a very sustainable location with access to bus routes and with a cyclable distance to the railway station, and therefore the proposal does consider for accord to policy. An electric car charging point has been shown on the plan, which is just tucked in here, which can be, and this has also been conditioned to ensure that it's in place prior to occupation. This is a section through the site which shows this is the garden of 107 to this side, and this is the garden of 111, which obviously has got predominantly warehousing across the entire garden. So overall, officers consider it respects the neighbouring occupiers. The development is in keeping with the character of backland development behind the local development centre, and will provide a high quality, accessible living environment for future occupiers. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Phoebe. So, debate. Questions? Okay, I'll kick off. So, can you give us we'll collect up questions, Phoebe, and then you can answer them in a block. So, my question is, what's the pitch of the green roof that's shown as steeper pitch than normally see on green roofs? And would there be development rights to extend the property up in the future should the application be approved today? Councillor Porer.
Just wanted to check with the garden at the back, is the officer satisfied that, because I think the building next to it in the garden, well, I think it was owned by the carpet company, was 1.5 stories high. Is that going to be okay, not too overshadowed? Will there still be natural light in the garden? Biodiversity net gain conditions, I think 18 and 19 cover that, but do we need to say 10%? And just a query about the cycle parking and the bins, because I noticed the bins are quite a way away, but the officer says that these can be relocated. So is the suggestion that we should be offering to relocate them, or are we just suggesting that the bin stores aren't going to be used and they're going to leave them up the other end and make a bit of a mess? So, because I think it would be good to be clear that if we want the bins put somewhere else, we should suggest where. Yeah, just the cycle parking, because it doesn't appear to be covered. And then I think if it is covered, that's going to make it quite a narrow walk through. But I do appreciate it's next to the front door, which does seem sensible. So just some comments on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bennett.
I just wanted to thank the officer for a very clear presentation. No further questions.
Thank you. Councillor Gosford-Wood.
About windows, so it looks like on the north side there won't be any. But are there any windows in the roof? Sorry, that's me, I can't quite work that out. I am worried that this house and the garden won't get much light. I'm also worried about the width of the access from the street and how far, I mean, I've raised this previously in other applications. You know, can you get an emergency vehicle down the side? If you've got a car going through, presumably you can, but and other fire hydrants, it's the, you know, the distance for a fire, if there was a fire. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thornborough.
It's described as a single-storey dwelling, but do we have to distinguish between a family dwelling, a family, or it's just that this could be a house in multiple occupancy? Could this be a house in multiple occupancy where there's 6 applicants? I mean, 6 people living here, 3 couples, and it's just that if that is, I think the provision for the kitchens is not adequate. The space and layout of the kitchen is not adequate for a multiple occupancy house. So do we have to distinguish between those in this application?
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, back to you then, Phoebe.
So to answer the questions, the pitch of the green roof is 12%. We have limited extensions for dormer windows and additional roof lights. So the extension at the moment, so to prevent dormers, will prevent it being increased via that way. If they apply via different PD rights to raise the ridge, it wouldn't apply because it has to have been built prior to, I believe, 2013. But I'll have a look at the permitted development rights, but that should prevent that happening without planning permission happening. I'm just going to share my screen quickly. So the garden here, so this is north up here. So whilst there is development along this boundary, I consider that this property will get sufficient light, and there will be sufficient light in the garden from both the south. It will be slightly more limited within early morning. There are 2 roof lights proposed at the moment. Both of them are for the bathroom windows on this side of the dwelling, so on against the boundary with number 111. In regards to biodiversity net gain, these are our standard conditions, so I don't believe we need to state specifically that 10% is required. We have requested via condition details of the cycle parking to ensure that the shelters don't, if they provide, whatever they provide will not block the access way. So refuse stores, there's one here for the dwelling, and then there are 2 here which are adjacent to the sort of or underneath the existing stairway to the first floor flat, which is in sort of proximity to the entrance, and there's a side door or rear door to the shop unit on the ground floor at this location. So I think the refuse store is sufficient. No details have been provided as to bin storage, as in if they're going to put any units, so that has been conditioned within the existing conditions. The width of access in here is 1.4 metres, which is considered sufficient. I've just got a slide here. I do apologise, it's slightly blurry. So the distance from the public highway to the entrance is 42 metres. However, there is sufficient space in this entrance here, which is an access for car parking spaces for the shop unit as part of the local centre for a emergency vehicle to park in, which would take it to under the standard required or distance required for fire tenders. However, we can add a informative regarding fire tender, and the wording for that would be as follows. So the fire service vehicle access should be provided in accordance with the approved document B, volume 1 of the building regulations. There should be vehicle access for pump appliance to within 45 metres of all points within the dwelling house in accordance with paragraph 11.2 of approved document B, volume 1, where the proposed new dwelling cannot meet access requirements for fire appliances. So we can add that if that is required. In regards to whether we have to state this is a dwelling house for a family, that isn't something that we can put within the proposal. Because there are only 3 bedrooms and potentially a maximum of 6 people, you can change within C3, which is a dwelling house, to C4, which is a small house of multiple occupation with permitted development. So that isn't something we would be able to limit. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Phoebe. Thank you. Right. This is the last bit, Phoebe. What did you say? I think it was...
I just said I hope that's all the answers required, but if there's anything else, then please let me know.
Okay, well, we'll see. Anyone else for any more? Okay, so were we all happy with the idea of not needing the condition about the emergency appliance access? Looks to me like parking wouldn't happen on the access road to the site, so that it would be available to emergency vehicles and hence would bring it under 40 metres, which is the maximum it's supposed to be. So it's actually above the maximum at the moment, just so everyone's clear on that, I believe. No? Oh, Councillor Thornborough is saying no.
It's 45 metres to the rear of the property.
Thank you for putting me right on that, Councillor. Thank you. So if there's no more then, I mean, it seems to me it's not an attractive, okay, not an attractive proposition, but since nobody can really see it, and it has a green, which is a good attribute, I don't know if that's come from a pre-app or whatever, and I presume the green roof will work, because 12 degrees pitch is a bit steeper than normal, but I think it's possible. You haven't said anything about that, Phoebe, so I presume that's all okay. And Councillor Gorthwood has another question.
I'm concerned about the access because I know how heavily used the park, people park at the front of the businesses all along here. Having done it, tried myself, they often get completely full of cars. So that's the first worry, that, entrance will be blocked for emergency or their own vehicle. I'm quite concerned. I know we've got some backland development and the carpet shop next door has all these buildings in there, all the way down the garden, but it does look to me as though it's a bit cramped, packing in a 3-bedroom house, bungalow in here. It does seem to me a bit like overdevelopment. Notwithstanding, we've got the co-op further up, but that is quite a bit further up. There's something next to it that seems to have 2 buildings in the gardens, but I'm a bit uncomfortable with this. I'd like it better used than it is now, but I think this is a bit too much.
Right, thank you for that, Councillor. If other people agree with you, you need to think of some planning reasons, I suppose, for refusal. Councillor Pora.
Just come back with bins and bikes. I think I understood the officer correctly that the bin store at the front, so by the flat, could be used by the house, the new house as well. If so, that's fine. But I wasn't totally clear on that. And again, I'm just slightly worried about, I can see there's 2 cycle parkings to the top of the diagram as we're looking at it. And then there's 4 by the front door. But again, if they become covered, I think that will then make it too narrow to get your bins up. So I think probably under the local plan, they probably only need to cover one per bed space. So I suppose it's just to be absolutely clear what's happening with the cycle parking. Are we saying that it all has to be covered? Can some of it be hoops, which would allow a bit more access? But my understanding is there should be one space per bedroom that's covered, which doesn't seem to be there at the moment and might compromise that access. So I'd just like some reassurance that that is something we can manage if this were to be approved.
Okay, thanks, councillor. So can you answer that please, Phoebe?
I'll just show my screen again. So at the current time, there are 4 spaces here, which is an over requirement for the development. They only need to require 3 spaces. So we have conditioned details of the cycle parking to be provided to us. So within that condition, they need to provide details of the covered bike parking. I think there is space on site to be able to provide sufficient cycle spaces, even if potentially only 2 spaces were provided here and a 3rd space stood to the front of the dwelling. But there is potential for all the spaces to be provided as covered cycle parking. So at the current time, there is some concern regarding the depth of this here. However, this is why we have conditioned the cycle and cycle parking details to be provided to us prior to the installation and prior to occupation.
Right, thanks, Phoebe. I think you want to come back on that, councillor Pora?
Can I just check what the 2 spaces at the top of the diagram are for? Because I can't read the print. Do you see if you look at, I can't tell which is north and south at the moment. It must be the east. There's just 2 spaces there. Do they not belong to this property? It's outside the red line, but it's implied that they do.
So you're on the proposed site layout, yeah?
Yeah, page 60. You can see there's 2 spaces at the top.
Phoebe?
Are they not part of it then?
So there are 4 additional spaces provided. 2 spaces for the existing flat at 109 and 2 for staff members for the shop unit on the ground floor. So there are 4 additional spaces, but they are linked to the existing flat and shop unit.
So I don't know if I misunderstood wrongly there, but I thought councillor Pora said that she thought there should be 1 space per person, that would be 6. But you said, Phoebe, there should be 1 space per bedroom, that would be 3. Is that correct, Phoebe? All good then, if there's no more questions. Recommendation then, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 158 of the officer report pack. That is to approve subject to the conditions as set out and subject to the alteration of condition 27 to include reference to class C as Phoebe set out in her presentation to the committee. Thank you.
Thanks, Toby. So the recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
I would say that's 60. Agree with the recommendation, Chair.
Against? Abstain? So the item is approved. Thank you very much, everyone. Thanks, Phoebe. That's the last item of the day. So thanks so much. Safe journey home.